The meeting being called to order. We're now going to be reviewing or hearing the fiscal year 22 budget. And with that, I just want to read some legal jargon that I need to go over for purposes. The school committee, in accordance with Chapter 71, Section 38N, is holding their annual budget hearing. The following notice was published through Community Newspaper Company and on the masspublicnotices.org website. In accordance with Chapter 71, Section 38N of the General Laws, the Scituate School Committee will hold a public hearing on its proposed preliminary fiscal year 2022 school budget on Monday, February 22nd, 2021 at 6 p.m. via Zoom. We are now in that session and we will be reviewing the budget. With that being said, I'd like to hand it over to Superintendent Burkhead and Dr. Bob Dutch, the Director of Business.
Thank you, Chairman Gates. Good evening, everyone. I'm excited to be here tonight. I think it's a outstanding agenda, and I believe our budget is in a really strong place to reflect the needs of our kids. Just want to start off with a little opening message, and then Dr. Dutch and I will kind of collaborate on the presentation and certainly take questions along the way and at our conclusion. So the budget is a reflection of the district's values, and it's the philosophy we used in this year's budget process. An increase in FY 2022 revenue, along with our ability to make practical decisions, and by prioritizing our values, I believe this budget reflects a strong investment in our children's future. A great deal of work went into the development of this budget, and I'd like to thank Dr. Bob Dutch for all his efforts, along with his assistant, Cindy Sayso, my assistant, Kim Peters, our central office team, principals, department chairs, and coordinators. I'd also like to thank Chairman Gates and Mike Hayes for their commitment to the Finance Subcommittee, and Town Administrator Jim Boudreau, Finance Director Nancy Holt, and the rest of the members of the Financial Forecast Meeting, Pam Avatable, Joe DeVito, Tony Vignani, Chris Karsha, and Gerard Kelly. I've been impressed with the collegiality and collaboration it takes place between the school and the town. A lot of work happens at these financial forecast meetings, and I believe it reflects positively on our schools and the town of Scituate. So thank you all. If I could have Dr. Dutch begin the presentation.
It's up on the screen. I've shared my screen. I hope you can all see it.
Got it.
Yeah, we can see it.
Okay. Go ahead, Bill.
Okay, thank you. All right, so I'd like to start off with what we call our two pillars. We like to keep things really focused. This is the sky view of our values and visions I talked about, and they're reflecting our goals and where we spend our money. And we've got two pillars that we had this year that will continue on in a different version moving on to next year that I'd like to talk about next. And pillar one will continue our safe and strong theme, and under the guise of rebuild and reimagine. And what does that mean? You know, we're coming on our year anniversary of being in the COVID pandemic and the change of education forever. And I think when things return to full time and everyone's back, and I don't say normal because it's never going to be the same, especially if we have our way. I think we need to rebuild things. I think there's been losses in learning in places. There's been gains in learning in other places. But we have to rebuild our social emotional learning for our adults in the building as well as our students and families, and repair those that time that's been lost and keep management of it. So that's rebuilding all of those things. The reimagine piece is, how do we do school even better? We've learned a lot about using Zoom. Look how we do school meetings now. We have close to 200 people here, and I'm sure in the past at these type of meetings there'd be a handful or more. So I think we've learned a lot in education. We continue to talk about that constantly on how we can reimagine education and do things even better as we move forward. So some highlights to that reflected in this budget are additional staffing. to support student social and emotional learning as well as their academic needs. I think where you might see other towns that are making cuts or doing level funded budgets, I think we're in a good position to add additional staff to target the areas that will help us rebuild and imagine learning at the front lines in our teaching services to students. The second one is something that's new, and there's a couple of new and exciting things that we found that we were going to do differently for next year. And this one here is came about increasing the funding of our maintenance line item. And first of all, creating one, there hadn't been one, corresponding comprehensive maintenance plan to go with that. So what we found when COVID hit in the beginning of the year, as we prepared to make our schools safe and strong, is that we've had a lot of old buildings. And even, you know, the newer ones needed work done with the HVAC, air quality, purifying systems, and overall general well-being. I think what happens in a lot of schools and a lot of school districts are that when crunch time comes, these are the things that are often left and put to the side in place of instruction or learning opportunities, which makes sense if you don't plan. What we've changed this year is that we're committed to investing in our buildings and structures to make sure that each year we have a maintenance budget, we support that line item, and we proactively take care of our buildings so that 3, 5, 10 years down the road, we're not spending the money we spent this year to get them up to par. The good news is that all of our folks that come in to check on our buildings have said that our buildings have never been in better shape. Next, I'm going to focus on the specific staff enhancements for this year. The first two have to do with the Gates Middle School. Currently, we have ELA, a 1.5 total ELA and math literacy teachers. And what we're finding with our data is that we can't service all of our students who need the support in ELA, literacy, and math with the current staffing. These positions will help all students and will help those students specifically that are in need of support in literacy and mathematics who have potentially fallen through the cracks in the past. The next two have to do with special needs population. The OT, the occupational therapist, is currently a 0.7 position, and we simply can't meet the needs of all of our students and do it well. Same with the speech and language. We'd like to move that position to a full-time position for the same reasons, to service more students. What we're also found this year is that because of the lack of the right number of staffing, we've had to hire consultants who are very expensive to come in and do the work that we can't get to. So an investment in our own teaching staff by increasing those to full-time positions will actually save us money on consultants and offer us better opportunities for our students with special needs. The next one is a nurse, a full-time nurse. Our nurses see over 9,000 students each year, and I'm sure that's going to climb, especially during a pandemic. I think it's one area where schools like maintenance often overlook. It's an area that we've invested in heavily this year with our CARES money. We brought in nurses, extra nurses, and it's paid dividends for not only the physical well-being of our students and staff, but the social emotional well-being. So with that, we'd like to commit to a nurse, 1.0 nurse, which would support halftime at would support the Gates School and the high school. Currently, they both have one at 1.0, so this would add one person to put in place where the need is the highest. The double bonus in this position is that this frees up our nurse leader to be a true nurse leader with no responsibilities in the nurse's office, which, if you look at the job descriptions, is nearly impossible. So what that allows us to do is take our nurse leader and actually coordinate all the nurses in the district, coordinate professional development, run professional development, communicate with our communities, have one single message, one curriculum, and one vision. So I think we get a double bonus for that position. So we believe that's important. This next one's exciting. We have the high school administrative team, along with our great friends from Shore, are in the process of renovating our library into a true multimedia center, and to keep that open and to have that place operational and active before, after, and during school. we believed it was important to move that librarian position from a half-time to a full-time position to service more students. Next slide, Bob. Okay, pillar 2, I call this one DEI SIT, Diversity, Equity, Inclusion, with a safe, caring, and inclusive and entrusting culture. And we've been doing a lot of work on this, as you know, this year, and I know the school committee has committed to that as well. The highlights of this are our new Director of Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion. The process is underway, and we look to have someone in place as early as this spring or as late as July 1st. But we're excited for that new position and all that brings with it. And then another huge accomplishment, we believe, in this, reflected in this budget, something that hasn't happened here in 11 years. A promise I made it when becoming superintendent is to get rid of all the fees in Scituate. So we're going to start this year with the biggest one, approximately $450,000 a year. Hit to our community is in a really an issue of equity, where you have the have and have nots with, you have some students can go full day and afford it, and some can't and go half day. And now you've got an issue when they become first graders. So in our quest to become equitable and include all children and to assist our families in the community in taking money out of their pocketbook, we feel very strongly that all education should be free for our kids. So we've committed in this budget to having a free full day kindergarten for all, and we will like to sustain that moving forward. So some of the budget highlights you'll see tonight, Bob's going to get into some brass tax numbers. We've been able to have a significant increase in town appropriation. Again, this year we've been working with a 10% lower number than we wished for because of COVID. And next year we're looking for that number to increase, obviously. And this takes a lot of work with the town, as I spoke of in the final financial forecast meetings. And we're very appreciative of that. And we're going to make sure that that money's put to good use. Some things I talked about, the money we put to use in additional staff to support not only academic excellence and equity, but social emotional learning of our students. Increased maintenance resources for our buildings and structures. Free full day kindergarten, and enhanced literacy foundation phonics program K-2. Haven't touched upon this one yet. We're working real hard to have our elementary schools, and I want to thank all the staff and administrators for really working hard this year to coordinate and collaborate to get a consistent curriculum in place. That'll take a little bit while, but we have started that. What we've noticed in our research is that we need to strengthen our literacy foundational programs. We actually don't have one. So this would do that. This would start that ball rolling. It would allow us to have core foundational phonics program for our youngest learners, and it would be consistent across all elementary schools. So we're pretty proud of the fact that we're committing to that as well in this budget. The enrollment numbers, this is something we just want to keep an eye on. As you can see, they're pretty consistent until this year. They dip a little bit, 125 students. Relatively speaking, compared to other communities, not bad. But I will say 39, we have 39 fewer students if you look in the kindergarten column than last year, and we have 13 less ECC students. So we do know some of that is pandemic related. Parents, for whatever reason, keeping their children home starting next year. So we want to keep this three-year trend on the front burner and continue to keep that as transparent and want to know where our students are going. Another thing I'm watching closely is students that go to private schools. I want to keep all our students in schools. We're also looking at students that go to out of district. So these numbers are important to us. We dive deep into them, but I did want to share it with the public this evening. So here's just a kind of summary of how our budget is run. And I won't read into every this. I'll kind of leave Bob's got it up there on the screen, and I'm just going to kind of highlight some things. I think this slide's important because it shows the community how detailed and specific we get into building this budget. It starts in July 1st, and that was even a month before you came along, Dr. Dutch. So we were already kind of getting the ball rolling and, starting to talk about the vision and what we, the money and the financial forecast and all that kind of stuff was starting each year, July 1st. In November, the kickoff starts. November and December, we start our kickoff. We have our conversations with our principals and building leaders and department chairs and coordinators on what we're looking for in a budget. And we also start talking about our vision, and so that all the money spent reflects what our vision is, what are our two pillars, and so that we're consistent and that the money's well spent and that it's spent in a way that's organized across all schools and across the district. The next thing up that comes up is December. I just real quickly go through these. We have meetings with our leadership team. We developed the draft budget. We shared that at the workshop last week, and now we're here tonight to present to the school committee. So diving in a little bit after this week, we have a big week. We'll be going to the select board tomorrow and to the advisory committee on Thursday to present this same budget, leading up to town meeting in April. So to give you an inside look at how this kind of transpires at the ground level, department chairs, coordinators, principals, cost center leaders work with their educators in the buildings, and they come up with justification on what they need for supplies and materials in this case. It could be technology related, and they write down the description and the amount because everything needs to be justified. Next, we have a separate document for textbooks. Textbooks are expensive. We have a category here. Are they new? Are they being replaced? We're working on a textbook plan, a long-term plan, so that we can spend money wisely and have our textbooks not get outdated. So that's another example of documents we use. And then when we have those conversations with our leadership, in this example, we sit down and we go from central office staff one-on-ones to for example, special education department. We'll meet with Dr. Bobert, go through her budget. And then we'll go with principals and sit down and look at their building-based budgets line by line. And they'll justify what they need, what they don't need, where we can save, where we can spend, what our values are. And ultimately, some things are cut from that budget and some things make it into the final budget you're seeing before you today. And then here tonight, the school committee reviews the budget, and then I believe on March 8th, we'll vote the budget. Now I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Dutch.
Thank you, Superintendent Burkett. So just to give you an idea of the finances and from the town, the bulk of our support comes from the town. We get very little in state aid from the state. We get about $7 million out of a $44 million budget. So you can see that we rely on the town significantly. And this year, because of growth, the highlighted lines here, which...
Excuse me, Bob, is it possible to turn up your volume? Or is it
yes.
just me?
Let me see if I can turn up my volume as I'm speaking. Well, I can turn up the volume on the output. I don't know if that turns.
I'm sorry, is everyone okay? Dr. Dutch, you're having problems?
I'm having difficulty with the volume, I suppose.
We can hear you, Bob. It's a little bit distant. We can hear you. Maybe can you bring the computer close to you?
Sure.
Sorry to interrupt, but
That's okay. No, I won't. There's no point if you can't hear it.
You could shout Dr. Dutch if you want.
Okay. Are you able to hear it a little better now?
a little bit.
Little
Okay.
bit.
All right. I'll raise it up a little bit more. So what you see before you is the town support. Most of our money comes from the town, and you can see that because of growth that they've had, they're providing us with over $2 million more this year than they provided last year, which is a significant increase and is the big reason that we're able to provide all of the things in this budget that we're able to provide. So I'd like to get a little bit into the details now, and I'll explain those line items that need further explanation. Just so you have a layout of each of these slides, they're all very similar. You have 3 years worth of data, FY 20, 21, and our request for FY 22. You also have the full-time equivalent positions for FY 22 first, and then FY 21. I was not able to gather the FY 20 data for comparative purposes, but you can at least see from last year, this year to next year, what we're looking at. I'll highlight only those items where there's a significant difference, explain why that difference is there, and then when we're done, if there's something specific that you have a question about, please feel free, and I'll be happy to come back to any slide. So this is organized by function area. So the first is administration, and these are the categories within administration: school committee, superintendent's office, assistant superintendent, other district-wide administration, and then business and finance. So you can see that FY 22 to from FY 21, there's a slight increase in the school committee category, and the bulk of that is the district clerk salary. In the superintendent's office, you see a fairly significant decrease from FY 21 and 22 compared to FY 20. The reason is, if you look at the clerical line item, that represents all of the secretarial staff at the central office, whereas moving into FY 21 and FY 22 in particular, we are breaking those out by their office. So you've got a position in clerical, whereas in FY 20, you didn't have any clerical positions in the assistant superintendent's office. And the same is true in business and finance. So we want to try to represent those costs that are associated with those functions within administration. So that's why you're seeing the differences there. Beyond that, the line items within the superintendent's office are pretty static. The same is true in the assistant superintendent's office, except for curriculum contractual. You can see a large jump from FY 21 to FY 22. Again, that's more organizational than actual spending. A lot of the software and curriculum items were spread out throughout the budget. And really, because they focus on curriculum and are contractual requirements, and they're not physical items, they belong in the assistant superintendent's category. So that's why they're there, and you see that significant change. But in totality, it's not a significant difference from last year. And I'll point them out as you see them in the other areas. District-wide, you see a difference of a little over $120,000 in those positions from FY 21. That is the DEI position that is in that line item as well, which was not in FY 21. Under business and finance, again, you don't see too large a difference between FY 21 and FY 22, but you do between FY 20 and 21. And again, the bulk of that is because you did not have any clerical, business clerical positions in FY 20, but they are now in FY 21 and 22. So the total administration function total is $2,079,190, which is a significant increase from previous years only because of accounting, from accounting perspectives. We then go to the category of instruction. And you can see here, principals, there's a slight decrease FY22 from FY21, and a more significant decrease from FY20. Again, because of accounting reasons, you'll see there's no assistant principals as far as a dollar amount in FY20, even though we know there were assistant principals. They were all categorized in that in the principals line item in FY20. But if you total the two columns, principals and assistant principals, it's pretty static from one year to the next, and the number of FTEs is the same. Clerical are all the secretaries in all of the schools within the main offices and the guidance office. So you can see those are pretty consistent as well. Where there's a difference, it's because somebody may have retired and somebody else came in new at a lower rate. So you're seeing that difference there. Principal supplies, a significant decrease. Again, everything, all of the supplies at the elementary schools were put into one pot, and therefore they were a larger number in FY21, which is why it's a smaller number now. You'll see that the supply line is calculated differently in other areas, so we've simply moved it. Administration new equipment, pretty static. Same is true with memberships. Contract services have gone down a little bit, and then mileage is the same as previously. Your subtotal within school leadership has gone down slightly by about $100,000. Department heads and curriculum leaders, this number has gone up in FY22. Again, because there are 10, there were only 8 in that category for FY21 and FY20. The other 2 were categorized elsewhere, but they all are the equivalent and belong in this category, which is why you're seeing the increase here. Moving on with instruction continued, you can see that the teaching services, the teacher salaries, is up to $18,325,000. That's up steps, lanes, as well as, and you can see there's one less teacher in FY22 versus FY21. We have one retiree who is not being replaced. Special educators, you can see that number has gone down to $4,175,000. The reason for that is there were additional people that were categorized as special needs teachers that are now elsewhere in the special ed line item, and I'll identify those as well. Therapeutic folks, PTs, OTs, those positions. The substitute teaching line item is the same as in FY21. Paraprofessionals, you see a slight increase there. We did decrease in the number. Again, library paras we increased, excuse me. The library paraprofessionals were in the library line item, and we've moved them to this line item here, which is why you're seeing an increase in FTEs. And library salaries, again, same thing conceptually, just in the other direction, a decrease in dollars there with the change in FTEs and the change in categorization. So our teaching services line item is $25,813,049. Professional development, contractual, that is a contractual obligation that we have with the teachers for reimbursement for coursework. That's $87,500 that's in that line item. Instructional materials, you see textbooks has gone up significantly. This is based on the number of requests. Included in that are things like the AP psychology course needs new textbooks. It's heavily enrolled, so it's a fairly significant number and not an inexpensive program to run. Library supplies have been decreased simply because the requests were a little bit smaller. And then general supplies, you can see, has gone up. And part of that is because we've moved some of the principal supplies from their line item into the general supplies line item. So our subtotal there is $774,068. We then get to instructional technology. Contractual are some of the like Aspen, website, Blackboard, or we different company, but those sorts of items fall into technology contractual. And then instructional technology other are printer cartridges, mice, keyboards, those sorts of things that need to be replaced periodically. So your technology total there is $105,400. And then our last page of instruction is guidance, is counseling. And you can see that number is at 1,269,000. Same number of FTEs, up slightly from last year. Again, steps and lanes primarily. Guidance clerical. The clerical position in guidance has been moved to the other clerical category in the main body under principals. And then their supplies and other, those have remained pretty consistent. We get to psychological services, and you can see that number has gone up by about $80,000. Same number of staff members, just most of them are jumping in steps and experience levels. So you can see the change there. So our total for instruction is $31,887,405. Excuse me. We jump to student services, which includes special education. So our school doctor is $3,000. The school nurse salaries, you can see we have an additional nurse in this budget, so that moves it to $645,424. Health contract services is the same, and the health supplies has gone up slightly. Band-aids, isopropyl alcohol, all of those things that they're using. So our medical and health services is $666,061. Transportation, salaries for bus drivers and van drivers, there are 20 total. It's $513,295. You can see that that's up significantly from last year and the year before. The reason for that is, again, accounting. Historically, that because there are fees that are associated with transportation, the previous business manager took the total salaries, subtracted the fees that came in from those salaries, and put that as your total cost. So in a desire to be transparent and make sure that we understand the true cost of transportation system, the revenue is added afterward at the end so that you can see, and there's a couple of places where you'll see this to be the case. Lease of buses, it costs us $250,000 to lease our buses. You will see on the revenue page that comes back to us from the town so that it's a net zero for us. But it is considered an expense. Our cost to transport homeless students, $12,000 a year. Most years that's sufficient. I can tell you this year that that's not sufficient. We are transporting more homeless students this year in a greater distance. So that number's going to be insufficient this year. Contracted transportation would be for sports runs that we may not have drivers for, field trips, anything that we don't have bus drivers for fit into that contracted transportation. Supplies are anything that we would need for our buses, including repairs. Fuel is the cost for gas, which for our buses. And then testing, we require all of our bus drivers to periodically go through drug testing, as well as to have a physical on an annual basis, and we are through contract required to pay for those. So that's within those. That's what's within the testing line item. So the subtotal for transportation is nearly $1 million, $905,795.60. Continuing on student services, athletics, you see the professional salaries at $125,000. Again, this has gone up because in the past there was one position, and now we have, I've put the clerical position here as well, rather than being in the superintendent's office. Coaching, you see a very large line item increase there. Again, same reason, we took athletic fees and charged it against the coaches' salaries and put that dollar amount there instead of the actual cost. So that's why you're seeing the difference there. Officials and fees. So officials and fees includes all of the, every time there's a referee or an official at a football game, we are billed for that. So that's within that line item, as well as the fees for membership in the different leagues are within that line item. Athletic supplies are uniforms and other equipment. And then a line item that we've never accounted for is transportation. We've never charged that anywhere. It's simply been a surplus amount. So we wanted to account for it in our budget. So that's why you see that there. So the total is $749,426. Student body activities, student activities is advisors for our different clubs at all levels, and you can see the dollar amount that's there. Student activity other would be materials and equipment that they may need for the different clubs and organizations. Special education salaries, those are all central office salaries and folks who are not assigned to a school. So the out-of-district coordinator, the special ed director, and the team chairs fall within that category. And again, you see that number is higher than in the past, but so are the FTEs. The team chairs were previously in the teachers line item. They are no longer in that line item. Sped clerical is secretarial positions in special education. Supplies are all the different things that they would need to purchase for special education. Transportation, we transport students to their placements or out-of-district placement, and that's our cost to do that. And then the ECC is also categorized in this in special education. So you can see the salary there. Still 5 FTEs, no change, and the same is true for the paraprofessionals, same number. You see no number in FY20. The reason is that those line items, special ed teachers, were within special ed teachers in the main instructional line items, and the same is true with paraprofessionals. We were trying to categorize the cost of ECC as a separate entity, and it is primarily special ed programming. School security is the school resource officer. Contractual are the Are you able to hear me now?
Yes. Yep.
Were you able before?
Yeah, there's a couple of maybe like 10 seconds. I couldn't hear you.
Okay.
So maybe go back to, I heard the special ed recap.
Okay, so you were clear on the ECC and why they're there.
Yep.
Okay. So school security, the professional position is the school resource officer. Contractual is primarily for camera repairs and maintenance. And then the supplies are any equipment we need to repair the camera system. So your student services total is $4,240,915. And you can see that's an increase, again, primarily because of categorization. So then finally, the last section is operations and maintenance, custodial service, same number of custodians. You see the amount, and that's primarily step raises for those folks. Custodial contractual has gone down a little bit, well, 50%, but as a dollar amount, just a small amount. And you can see custodial supplies, because we've pre-purchased so much and we have so much this year, we've been able to limit that need for FY22. So you see a slight decrease there in dollars. Heating, fuel, and utilities, we've level funded. That seems to be a sufficient amount this year, and hopeful that electric and heating cost, gas don't increase for next year. Maintenance of buildings, you see the professional salaries has decreased fairly significantly. It's only one position. Previously, it was two. There's a general maintenance position that has fallen into the custodial line item. So you see the decrease there. Building contractual are elevator maintenance agreements, roof maintenance agreements, all the things that we have to spend money on each year, and they're contracted services. And then the new line item, which Superintendent Burke had mentioned, we've titled it extraordinary maintenance. It's $125,000. So we've put that into the budget, and it's our hope that we can increase that annually so that we have a sufficient amount to maintain the schools and account for any repairs so that we can keep things functioning as they should. So the operation and maintenance function total is $2,573,196. And that brings us to the last component, last function, which programs with other districts. Private school tuition, our special ed is $3,079,900. And then collaborative tuition is $786,026. And you see that's a decrease from last year, which was 4.2 million. This year, 3,865,000. The bulk of the savings there are students who have either moved out of the district and are no longer our responsibility, or students that we know that are aging out, that are 22 or will be 22 at some point during the year next year, and therefore aging out of special ed services. So you're seeing a decrease there. So your total foundation budget is $44,646,633. And you see that is a little over $2 million increase from FY21. So I'd like to talk a little bit about the revenue, so you can see where the money is coming from, and note the number at the bottom, 44,646,633 is the same as our expenditures, which is a good thing. So we'll go to our grants up top, and we've level funded the grants here without knowing definitively whether those numbers will go up or down. We're hopeful that they'll go up, but I'll go through each of them. Title I, We are fairly confident that that should go up for next year, but I don't know by how much. We do have more students that qualify for Title I based on the most recent census. So that's going to, that will probably increase, but I did not want to depend on it as we built our budget in the possibility that it may not happen. Title II, we've level funded. Title II is part of teacher improvement. So mostly that's professional development funds there. Title IV is targeted towards arts, music, anything to enhance the arts. And again, that's not something you're guaranteed to get each year, but we did last year and we're anticipating it for this year. IDEA is the special education grant. Again, we're hopeful that that will remain constant and not decrease. ECC grant is not something that we can count on each year. You can see the last 3 years we did get it. But again, we're hopeful, but no guarantees. Special Ed Program Improvement Grant and the Special Ed Early Childhood are a new grant for us this year. We've put them in next year, but I'm not certain that we'll get them. But obviously, $19,000 we should be able to absorb if they don't come through. Metco, the FY21 actual is actually a little higher. We received $23,000 more recently with the governor's finalizing the budget late. And then the FY22 projected, we've projected what we were anticipating this year rather than include the additional $23,000. Circuit breaker, this year we're getting $968,967, and we're anticipating the same for next year. We're hopeful, but again, that's a moving target, so you're never certain. So the grant subtotal is the same as this year, $2,350,944. We then get to our revolving accounts, and you can see that full day kindergarten, we have no revenue there. So you can see that. Our non-resident tuition, those are the programs like IXL, GEMS, we charge tuition for. We have gotten to this point $158,000. We actually anticipate a little bit more. But we projected the same amount for next year. I'm hopeful that we'll be closer to the FY20 number. Athletic fees, we expect that to be $220,000 again. Going back to our usual programming, so that's our hope. ECC receipts, again, we expect that to be the same as it has been in the past, even though this year you saw there are no receipts for that. Bus fees, we're hopeful everybody comes back to riding the bus to offset that $900,000 expense. Sporting events fees, that's for folks' gate receipts when they come to the games. Told you our bus lease was revenue as well to offset the cost. Here it is. So our revolving subtotal is $1,022,000. So your total offsets plus the town contribution of $41,273,000 brings us to the $44,646,000. So I wanted to show you where all that money goes as a percentage. So over 71% of the 44 million goes to instruction, a little less than 4.66% goes to administration, student services, 9.5%, operations and maintenance, 5.76%, and private school and collaboratives is 8.66%. So when you consider this budget, the only area that is not directed at students is operations and maintenance. Everything else is directly related to student benefits. So that's 94% over 94% of the budget goes directly to students. If you then look at the increase, the $2 million and where that's going, nearly 60% goes to salary increases. So the additional steps and lanes for our staff. Another 22%, about 1/5, a little over a fifth, is going to the free full day kindergarten. 6% to the Director of Diversity and Equity and Inclusion. That $125,000 is represents 6.5% of the increase. And then the additional staff that Superintendent Burke had introduced you to earlier represents 12.3%. Superintendent, do you want to continue from here? Okay, I guess I'll continue. Per pupil expenditure.
I got it, Dr. Dutch, sorry.
Okay.
I just said the most profound thing and I was on mute.
Ah.
So you're all gonna miss it. I already forgot what I said, so I'm gonna do my best here, but thank you for covering, as I figured out the mute button here. Yeah, so we thought it would be important to share with you the comparative per pupil expenditures for our town over the last couple of years and surrounding towns. And what we'll find is that Scituate is right in the middle, 4 out of 7, Cohasset 1, Norwell 2, Duxbury 3, Scituate 4, Hingham 5, Hanover 6, Marshfield 7. So we thought that would be something to continue to look at on what we spend. You know, when you consider the amount of our budget, it's obviously a large number, but comparatively what we spend on per pupil is right in the middle of our surrounding towns. So it's definitely something we will track and continue to share with our community, but we wanted to make sure that you all saw that and where we fit with surrounding towns and the amount we spend on each individual child. On the right of the expenditure column is the cost of out-of-district placement and the number of students. Now, keep in mind, although we're relatively similar in size of the other districts, there is, you know, we're considerably larger than, you know, some of them and smaller than others. But what you will see in the correlation there is we do spend a lot more comparatively. We're probably closer to the top of that list on our out-of-district placement and students. So an area that we are tracking and something we learn to with our great programs that we have here and the additional program we're looking to implement, we want to address that so that more students are able to learn here in Scituate and not be sent out of district. But that number we also want to include in the right four-year purview. And then just a graph to show that, you know, the town commitment has been excellent. These are numbers that you want to see going up each year on per pupil expenditures, what we're spending on our students, what the town and school committee budgets reflect. And as you can see over the last 5 years, including this year, that number will go up. And so the graph is trending in the right direction. So next, we want to just kind of, we're only about halfway, a little over halfway through the year, and just wanted to highlight some of the things we've done this year that we're proud of with a decreased budget, if you will, due to COVID. But with some hard work and some smart planning and good budgeting, we were so far able to commit to the following things. And that's our commitment to safe buildings. We've done a ton of HVAC upgrades and safety inspection, air quality, have had multiple professionals in. And we use that money smartly to get reimbursed through the CARES Act through the end of December. And to a person that comes in the buildings, as I've stated, our buildings have never been safer and the air quality better. So that was a huge accomplishment for this year and something we're committed to in the new maintenance line item to continue to support. The next is the development of a comprehensive and successful return to safe and strong plan. And what we're most proud of here is that it's working very well and we're always looking to improve. But it was done with collaboration from the entire school community. We took several steps, several groups were involved, and surveys, forums, all those types of things where we've done to kick the school year off. And we feel we're in a very strong place, and we're thankful to everyone that's contributed. And then we've also redesigned the remote learning model to include all SPS students. Last year's model in March, it was very clear to me and all the stakeholders' feedback that it was not acceptable, our remote learning plan. I want to thank all of our hardworking and dedicated educators, coordinators, department chairs, Ms. Arnold and her team and our principals for really working hard all summer, oftentimes sacrificing vacation time to get that plan off the ground. And we're extremely proud of it. I will also say that if you look at surrounding towns throughout the state, a lot of the remote models are online classes to a third-party technology application. So your kids would be taking classes through the computer, graded maybe by a teacher that you don't know, and self-taught. We committed to having our own in-person teachers teach the students in remote learning. Nowhere more profound as the elementary school, where we committed to hiring new teachers to personally teach our students. So we're very proud of that. We're proud of the transparency and inclusion through our communications this year. And again, all of these things we're looking to improve and get better on. They're not perfect, but our Thursday Thoughts get so close to 2,000 hits a week. People are watching that. We like to push a lot of data. Our updated school website and new app, I hope everybody's using, has gotten a facelift. I think the website before was just unusable. And I want to thank Emily Matthews for her work on that, and Kim Peters. So it's hugely improved, and it's a great way to go and find good information, including tonight's presentation. We also have committed to student, staff, and family surveys, forums, and feedback throughout all the processes we've used this year. We feel that's very inclusive, and we shared all of our information. And then obviously maintaining a high level of educational programming while experiencing reduced revenue. I talked about, the budget being down, but I don't think we've lost a step in the level of education we've been able to afford our students. And that really starts in the front line with the educators. It's about people, not programs, quite honestly. I was attracted here because of the reputation of the school district, the teachers, paraprofessionals here, the educators, principals, department chairs, coordinators, right up and down the list are phenomenal. And so I couldn't be prouder to be here, and the programming, because of those people, has not dropped off significantly due to the COVID. And finally, beginning our work on building a cultural proficiency and promoting a culture across our whole district, and hopefully out into the community, that affirms individual differences. And so we've had training on that. We've had conversations. We've had hiccups. We've had issues, and we continue to be resilient and improve and focus on that area so that every child, every family feels welcome, supported, and loved and cared for here in Scituate Public Schools. That concludes our presentation for this evening.
Great. Thanks, Superintendent Burkhead and Dr. Dutch. That was a great presentation. I think very informative. I did become intimate with the budget over the weekend, and you did answer almost all of my questions, so I appreciate that. At this point, I'd like to open it up to the school committee for any of their questions or comments. Just remind all those that are here, because we have about 246 folks. This is the public hearing on the budget, so I will open it up to public comments following comments and questions from the school committee. So with that, school committee members, are there any questions or comments? Go ahead. Ms. Bernalini.
Hi, thank you, Chairman Gates. Thank you for the presentation, Dr. Dutch and Mr. Burkhead. I just had a question about, I don't know if you know preliminarily about the kindergarten enrollment numbers for what you were thinking with the decrease of the current class, if you're have seen any uptick in enrollment for the incoming fall class at all. Just curious numbers wise, if you even have that data yet.
Sorry. Yes, but it's ongoing. So the numbers they're kind of at the same level they were this year, a little uptick.
Yeah.
And so we're anticipating an increase in those numbers. And we're just curious to know at this point whether parents are going to send their kids to kindergarten that kept them out this year or to first grade.
Right,
right
that's
now-
what I was
yeah.
curious.
So,
of.
yeah, right now we're at the same spot. But I think, like I said, with open enrollment, we won't know probably till later in the spring.
Okay, yeah, I figured as much, but I didn't know if you saw any early trends on that. And
Nothing crazy. No.
yeah, I also think it's great. I'm really excited about that literacy foundation piece for K-2, especially with the pandemic. I'm sure that, that age bracket could use something solid. I didn't know if you were already piloting something in or if you were starting it fresh with something new, or you had something in mind. I was just curious.
We don't have a program in mind that's being researched right now, from my understanding. And I know Ms. Gregory and Ms. Arnold and the team are looking at the best possible product for our kids, but we've already committed to it. So now it's a matter of finding the best fit. I know Desi has some recommendations and some exemplars and those types of things. So we'll make sure we get the best for our kids.
Okay, yep, thanks.
You're welcome.
Great, thank you. Other members of Ms. Limblom?
Hi, thank you, Dr. Dutch and Mr. Burkhead for that presentation. I just have a couple of questions and some comments. So the custodial supplies that we are saving money on, it's about a $40,000 saving. Are we going to be looking next year at finding $40,000 to cover FY23?
What? No, well, you may be moving it from somewhere else in FY23, yes. So when we begin to build the FY23 budget, we'll look at how did we do with this supply line item currently? Do we need more than that? And if we do, we'll modify it at that point.
Okay, it's just that it's a large amount. It's not like it's, $10,000. It's, it's a significant amount.
Yep.
Yeah. And regarding the line item for the FDK grant, I feel like that's in there year after year, even though that's gone. Like we're never going to see a grant. And every year it's just a reminder of what we're not getting. Is it necessary to just keep that in there? Or are we hopeful that at some point there'll be another grant?
It's not really necessary to keep it in there. I don't know how far back, when it was the last time that we received it. Usually you'll keep something in there until, you're not looking back at it any further. So yes, it could be removed at this point.
Yeah. It's just that, oh yeah, we're not getting that anymore. And I also wanted to just comment on, when Mr. Burkhead was talking about the DEI position and how the next topic was the funding full day kindergarten, because it brought up equity for everybody, like financial equity that people don't really think about. When we talk about diversity, equity, and inclusion, I think a lot of people think about culture and race and that type of equity. But I think it's important that, the providing the full day kindergarten is providing financial equity across, all families in the community.
Agreed.
Well, thank you.
100%.
Thank you, Ms. Limblom. I couldn't agree more. It's probably the most favorite part of the budget for me. Just that equity, it starts young, right? We know learning. If we level the playing field right out the gate, I think it's a huge service to all of our children.
Well, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Limblom. Mr. Hayes?
I have no questions, Pete. I just want to thank again Bill and the entire administrative team, principals, everyone that worked in this budget. Up and through it 4 times now, and it's well done, well presented, and I think it's getting clearer as to where all the money goes. So I appreciate that as well. But I'm fine with it. I'm sure the presentations with the select board and the advisory board will go well, and hopefully things don't change by town meeting.
I agree. Great, thanks. Mr. Long.
Thank you. I just had a couple of quick questions, and thank you both again for putting this together. I think compared to other years, this has been a much cleaner and easier budget to walk through with the community. Dr. Dutch, I apologize if I missed it, but I didn't see the cafeteria costs in the budget. Is that under a specific line item?
We do not include any of the cafeteria costs. It is a self-funding program. So it is at no expense to the district.
Okay. And there's been no talk, at least I haven't seen it, but just confirming, there's been no talk about extending the free lunch into the next school year at this time, correct?
Haven't heard anything.
I have not either.
Okay. I didn't think so. We can hope, but
Yeah,
I'm sure we'll find out over the summer.
Yeah, it's still early. I think that's still a possibility for sure.
And I know in the fall, we approved the Fed Reserve Fund at the special town meeting. Is there any talk this year of trying to put some money aside for that just in case we do need it for next year? Or are we going to wait for now before trying to ask the town for money into that fund?
I think the answer is both. We've started initial conversations with the town about that and trying to get that started with some seed money. So the answer is yes, we've started conversations and we are committed to getting that hopefully kicked off for the fall.
Okay, great. Thank you. And the last question I had, at some point, can the school committee just get a list of any items that were not that were cut from the budget or out of the requests coming from the different schools?
Absolutely. Can I just clarify that, Mr. Long?
So I know in the beginning of the Prezi document, you had shown the different request types that staff can submit.
Yep.
So any supplies and materials, any staffing changes that a principal might have asked for, but we didn't fund or put into the budget for this year.
Gotcha. Absolutely. We'll send that right over.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
I'm good. I'm good here.
Great, thank you. Yeah, so I just have a couple, again, this is what I spent my Friday night doing, going over the budget, and Dr. Dutch in his presentation today really answered all of them. It was just ultimately an accounting change that we've made that appears to make a lot of sense. So I appreciate that. I just have a couple of questions. It's really on the revenue side. Looks like our expenses, everything is pretty well laid out and detailed. When we go to the circuit breaker, obviously we know that we don't know the number. We don't know what percentage we're going to be reimbursed, but am I correct in assuming that since our out of district last year was over $4 million, that theoretically that circuit breaker amount should be larger than what we received last year?
Theoretically, yes.
Okay.
The uncertainty is that, the governor develops a budget and then the House and the Senate draft their own version of the budget, and then they go through conference committee. And the dollars are finite, and the governor's made a commitment, as has the House and the Senate, that they're not going to touch Chapter 70 aid, and they're not going to touch unrestricted government aid. So if there is a shortfall in revenue at the state level, the only places for them to take money out of in the realm of education are circuit breaker reimbursement, regional transportation reimbursement. Those are the two primary areas that they decrease reimbursements. So it's hard to predict at what percentage they're going to be reimbursing us, and we're hopeful, that it's at the same percent. If that's the case, then our number will be larger. It'll be over $1 million.
Okay. All right, great. And on that topic, I know that I like the pure pupil expenditure comparisons. But when I look at the OOD numbers, obviously Scituate is high in terms of dollars. But in terms of the number of students, we're kind of right in line. Do we have more of an idea of why our OOD, I guess our cost per placement is higher than others? We have 55 students in 18-19, it's over $4 million, but Duxbury has 48 at 2.5.
I think the primary answer to that is the severity of needs and the placements that students are ending up in and the cost of those placements.
Because the OOD, that includes collaborative placements as well, correct?
It does.
That number there? Okay,
It does.
okay,
But keep in mind, we've also had a couple of kids that were in residential settings
right,
overnight, which is very expensive.
okay. And this is not that important, but I'm just gonna ask it. I didn't see in the revenue side, the parking fees for the high school students. And I think I know the answer to that, but I'm just asking it in public.
The parking fees are not paid to the school district. They're paid to the town of Scituate. So it is not revenue for us.
Okay,
We don't own the parking lots. Everything outside of the buildings is paid for and maintained by the town.
okay, great. And lastly, I asked this last year, and I don't think there's any real way to figure this out, but it gets back to the idea of enrollment. Obviously, Scituate has transformed before our eyes over the last year. We have a lot of new residential or new homes, and we also have a lot of real estate transactions. So, is there a process in place, or would you have a recommendation on how best to identify those families that are moving in, I would say over the next few months, to get an idea of how many students they would have and how it would impact our enrollment? I don't expect you to have an answer, but it would be nice if somehow there was some way that, I don't know whether it's real estate agents or what, when a home sells, like, hey, be sure to let the school know that you have kids coming in.
Well, I don't have a way to predict what the impact would be on the schools, but my expectation is that a real estate agent, as part of the process of selling Scituate, is talking about the schools as well, and would make sure that if the family has children, that they're letting them know they've got to register them. And the registration is the process by which we know.
Right.
So hopefully they engage in that early on in the move-in process.
Okay. All right. Because I mean, I'm anticipating, obviously everyone that's on this call and everyone else realizes that Scituate is a desirable place to live right now. And I just anticipate that we're getting new families moving in. It's going to have some impact on our enrollment. I absolutely understand we can't predict it, but if we could obviously encourage those folks to contact the schools and register as soon as possible, that would obviously help everybody out. So again, I appreciate all the work that went into this budget. I think it was very transparent and easy to understand. For those that are on the call, you can access a copy of the budget on the website. There's actually a special, I don't know, I'll call it a link or reference to it, so you can read it if you weren't able to see it well on the screen. The last comment I'll make is that, and I say this every year, and Dr. Dutch may want to comment on this too, but Scituate's a little bit different in terms of developing the budget for the schools. In most communities, we develop a budget, we go to the town and we basically say, this is what we want and this is why we want it. Scituate's a lot different, where we have this financial forecast committee that determines essentially the revenues versus the expenses for the town. And we have an agreement in place that we get 66 2/3% of that. So for those folks that are really interested in figuring out the exact dollar, the majority of dollars that we have to spend, that's what you should focus on. I'll say it every year. That's what helps us create a great school system. It's a really nice arrangement we have with the schools. It saves a lot of time, a lot of effort. But there are folks we had Superintendent Burkhead, Dr. Dutch, and Mr. Hayes that was on the financial forecast committee this year. So they did a great job working with the other members of that to end up at that 41,273 number. So thank you for that. But again, for folks that are listening and for other school committee members, the financial forecast is the most important document in my mind in determining the funding for the schools. If there are no other questions by the committee.
I have a question. One last question
Yes,
from me.
Ms. Brindley.
It's sort of a question. Dr. Dutch and Bill, I'm just curious, have you through maybe superintendent networking or business networking heard anything state level related to the pandemic for increasing mental health funding in schools and budget wise? I can say like through our mass communications, I haven't really noticed anything. I don't know if anybody else has, but like any pushes to increase funding for that area in our schools. Just, I don't notice it even, as an adjustment counselor through those networks that, I don't know, it's just like every email we get from parents, whether they want more time in learning or, are happy with how things are or have kids struggling, everybody mentions mental health. And I just would be remiss to not mention that that's an area that's underfunded across the nation. So I just didn't know if there was chatter about one of the takeaways from the pandemic being maybe we should put more money into those areas as we go forward. Obviously coming from a state level, but I don't know if through your networks, if you hear anything about ever moving forward with more funding for counselors and SEL work.
I'll take a, go ahead, Bill.
Go ahead, Bill.
All right, so I would just say, in our network, I think what they're trying to do with the ESSER 2 money is to allow more flexibility so that you may spend it on that if that's a need for you. So I think the flexibility within that, those monetary allowances is a lot more flexible, whereas the CARES money was a lot more specific. So I think money can be spent on and should be spent on social, emotional, and mental health. So I haven't heard anything specifically targeted for that, however. Bob?
Yeah, just as part of the ESSER 2 money, there was an additional $10,000 for every district that was targeted towards and had to be spent on social emotional learning. Obviously, that's not a dollar amount that's sufficient for a position or anything like that. And keep in mind, anytime you're spending grant or one-time money on a position, now it's something that you've got to absorb as a town. So we try not to use funds for that purpose unless we feel like we can continue that down the road. And I'm assuming that in the next round of stimulus funds that is now being battled through the House and the Senate, there is money in there for learning loss and social emotional needs as well, because they recognize that through a year of not being face-to-face full-time, there has to be some learning loss.
Thanks. Yep, exactly. I agree.
All right. Any other questions or comments by the committee? All right. So seeing none, this will be the opportunity for public comment. And again, this is the official fiscal year 2022 public hearing on the school budget. The process that will happen, if you have a question, please go under, I think another participant option and raise your hand. Just so you have an understanding, Superintendent Burkhead and Dr. Dutch will continue to review and fine tune the budget for the next couple of weeks, and we will officially vote it at a March meeting. What happens at that point is the town, at town meeting in April, we will vote, hopefully the town will vote to appropriate the said money in the financial forecast figure to the town so that we can then implement our budget as voted. If you do have a question, please raise your hand and I will ask you to unmute. Also, if you'd state your name and address. And if you're not comfortable doing that, please state your name and your school affiliation. So we have 243 participants and not one question on this. I think that means you did good, Dr. Dutch. All right, seeing no hands raised, I'm going to need a motion to adjourn the fiscal year 2022 school budget public hearing. And then we will also need a motion to reconvene into the regular meetings.
So move out of, but the
Peter,
budget
you have a hand raised.
hearing.
Someone has a hand raised.
I do.
Yeah, like a literally hand raised, not the
Mr.
like button.
Oh, I can't. Do
Sorry,
you have a name?
I don't know.
Do you have a name?
I can take it for you. Bill Carey, give us 1 second. We will ask you
Okay.
to unmute here. And Mr. Carey, if you want to go ahead, you should be able to unmute.
Right, thank you. Yeah, showing my age with the, and I use Teams at work, so I'm pretty rusty with Zoom. Bill Carey, 708 Countryway. I guess I hesitate to bring it up because it's not specifically on the budget for next year. It's about the survey that was sent out about the remaining, the plans for the remainder of the school year with the options to either go fully back.
Yeah, sorry, Mr. Carey, that's the next agenda item, and there'll be a public comment for that. This is just for the 2022 budget.
All right, thank you.
Okay, you're welcome. Any other hands raised, either in the screen or on the Zoom functionality? All right, Mr. Hayes, if you can continue with the motion, please.
Move to exit from the public hearing on the 2022 budget and go back into regular session.
Motion by Mr. Hayes, there a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Long, so it'll be a roll call vote. Ms. Brandolini,
Yes.
Ms. Lindblom,
Yes.
Gates, yes, Mr. Hayes,
Yes.
and Mr. Long.
Yes.
Okay, so we are now back into public session, and we will move forward on the agenda. I'm assuming this is why we have all the participants here. Under old business, the safe and strong reopening plan, Superintendent Burkhead.
Thank you, Chairman Gates, and good evening, everyone. Next portion, as you stated, is going to be a little review of the previous plan, and we'll ask for a vote this evening on this particular plan. I did want to start off with a quick statement, though. This morning I started my day off excited to get back to school and see the kids after a vacation week. Over the course of the week, I saw a lot of the kids sledding outside behind the basketball courts here in the skateboard park, and it was really exciting to see that. And then seeing them was over at Hadley this morning, so it was nice to see the kids coming into school, the staff, and everyone smiling. It's just a really great feeling. And I also want to thank the parents for not running me over. A lot of them were actually waving to me and using all 5 fingers. So thank you as well for that. It felt good. So I share with our leadership team today how excited I am about the future of the Scituate Public Schools. Spring's right around the corner, and I know we're in New England. It could be a little bit wild, but I think it's getting lighter each day, and spring's around the corner. Our budget, as you saw tonight, is strong, and it reflects the core values and beliefs of our district. And we're on the verge of bringing students back to more in-person, full-time learning as the year continues. We have committed to doing so collaboratively, transparently, and safely. I believe this is an all-of-us commitment and one that we need to unify behind and work through together. I know emotions are high. Stress levels can get high. We're going on to the 1-year anniversary of this pandemic, but I think the light's at the end of the tunnel, and I'm excited to be here tonight. Our teachers and our paraprofessionals are on the front line, and they've never been under more pressure, yet I continue to see them excel at their jobs and to do so courageously while putting the students first. We're really blessed to have the best educators in the state here in Scituate, and I've been in a lot of places. Our cafeteria staff, bus drivers, and custodians grind daily to ensure our buildings are safe, our students are fed, and our children arrive safely to school. Not an easy endeavor during these challenging times. And our secretaries continue to do unbelievable levels of work and do so with a smile. I really appreciate that. And finally, our administrators, department chairs, coordinators, and other educational leaders continue to think creatively. We're never boxed in. We always come up with solutions. We're confident we always will get to the best plan. We do our homework, and we work relentlessly to provide for our students and their families. So I want to thank you all for that. And finally, a huge sailor shout out to our students and their families. Again, we're approaching the 1-year anniversary of a seismic change in education, one no one ever positioned for or was ready for, and yet here we are. You've been patient, resilient, and committed, so I thank you for that. I ask that you continue to work alongside us as we navigate these uncertain times so that we may work together to continue to bring certainty, creativity, love, and joy into our classrooms. It's there now. We want to continue to do that, move that way. So no matter what your opinion on what we're moving on to next and how we get our children back, every single one here to a person agrees that we want our kids back in school full time. You know, the creative part that we have to come to is how do we do so safely? And it's always been our mission here. And so tonight I'm going to share that presentation with you, try to accomplish both. You know what? Seth, am I able to share a screen? Or Chairman Gates?
Sorry, Chairman Birkin?
Yeah.
Sorry, I missed that.
I'm all set. I just wanted to know if I could share my screen.
Yes.
Okay. No, that's not what I wanted. Well, I'm glad I let off with asking everyone to be patient because my computer, for some reason, is not allowing me to share.
There is a screen up there.
Does it say positivity?
Yep.
Okay. That's even better. Let me see if I can get to the beginning now. Okay. All right, so just a review, and I'll go through this quickly because we've heard it 100 times, but just the culture, you know, and I know some people are getting a little annoyed with the go slow to go fast because we want to go fast. But just know that go slow part means that we're making measured decisions based on science data, and some people are sick of hearing it, but it's served us well. And we've really got a really strong hybrid plan in place in a remote learning program in place. It's only getting better because we have done so. So again, key optimal word here is patience. Thank you for it. But there isn't a day that goes by where we're not working on collaboratively with all our stakeholders on getting our kids back and doing so safely. And so that is going under these guidance of safety, excellence, flexibility, respect, and teamwork, which I think is at an all-time high with collaborating with our unions and our administrators and moving the ball forward on this. Again, I couldn't be happier with the collaborative and collegiality that's happening. So just a reminder of the colored phases we have here, and I know there's all kinds of metrics out there. Here's ours, and currently we're in the orange and blue. Those families choosing blue are the fully remote plan, which are cohort C. The orange is our current hybrid learning plan with a commitment of 6 feet social distancing. What we're looking to suggest is to move into the yellow phase, which is slightly different, where the key piece here is that in order to fit more students back in the classrooms, we would have to reduce the from 6 feet to anywhere from 3 to 6 feet in our separation of students. And also doing that by aligning with all the DESE and DPH metrics and Board of Health guidelines. So here's a little snapshot of what the recommendations are. And again, the yellow phase is to expand in-school learning opportunities for Wednesdays. Currently, you know now that that's a remote day. And it's a day that would continue the hybrid model, but would allow more kids to get it back in quickly and smoothly with some minor changes in scheduling and some hard work that's already happening at the building levels to prepare for this. We'd like to see this happen on March 3rd. And that would allow our elementary students that we talked about so importantly to be in school face-to-face with a teacher 5 days a week, right off the bat. And that's a key piece. Our middle school students and high school students would also be alternating during that time period. The next recommendation here is the yellow phase 2, which would expand in school learning opportunities from K through 5 to full in-person all day. And we'll get into some details of that. And then yellow phase 3 is expanding school learning opportunities for grades 6 to 12. And I don't want those folks or those kiddos in grades 6 to 12 to think, okay, we'll worry about that later. We are actually meeting every day on that too, to develop a plan. It's a little more complex, obviously, for reasons I'll get to with the movement and the number of students and such. So we're working on that plan. So it doesn't mean there's no plan. It means that that plan is to be determined. It's in the works. So phase 1, what does that look like? So Wednesdays would be a return to in-person learning. It would prioritize student learning, increase time on learning. The Department of Elementary and Secondary Education came out a while back with student learning time, and I had shared that with you, and Ms. Arnold had shared the numbers with you, and we were somewhere in the middle and in the some areas in the lower end of that. This would help us climb the ladder a little bit and get higher up on more face and time and in-person time with student learning and meeting DESI guidelines. This particular plan keeps our hybrid 6-foot distance model in place. I go over the schedules there 5 days a week. I talked about that in the secondary, alternating weeks. We are keeping track of how much the cohorts meet. So, deciding which cohort will start. We'll count out the days and we'll look at the future dates on, holidays and things like that to make sure we can make it as equitable as possible. And then the revision of schedules to reflect Wednesdays. A Wednesday schedule might be slightly different than the other days. We'll be sending those out shortly. And then cohort C students would continue to remotely. Here's a snapshot of what the elementary plan looks like. As you can see, it's Wednesday just looks like every other day. The secondary, again, A week, cohort A might come in, cohort B would just continue to be remote. On the B week, it would flip around. And then phase 2 considerations would be specifically K through 5. And this was prioritized by DESI as a high priority group to get in as one of the first groups back full in person. I think we've achieved all the other groups at this point, identified by DESI to come in more regular, at least 4 times a week. Self-contained controlled environment lends to the next stage. So we talked a little bit about that. In elementary school, obviously, you can stay in the same class and, obviously we'll look at mass breaks and getting them out of the class. I know it's a long day to be in the same class, but, we'll look at as the weather gets nicer, getting outside and those types of things. So we'll work out those details, but I think it's important that the difference in elementary and middle and high school is that there's not a lot of movement in elementary, and we can control that environment a little more. Outside opportunities to maintain social distancing again. I know it's New England. I know it's we're shooting for March 29th, but today, for example, we've got, why not go outside and get a mass break, go for a walk? That's something, if it's safe with the snow and ice, that's something that's realistic. And I think even in March, end of March, we're getting into early April when we look for this thing to kick in, that although I don't see outdoor classes popping up anywhere, I do think that snow starts to melt and the fields become available for outdoor activities, music, and wellness activities, phys ed, and outside classes on as needed basis, depending on the weather. DESI's come up with some new transportation guidelines. This would obviously be a hurdle for us. They're allowing 2 people per seat, which increases the capacity. Looking at our early numbers, something we'd have to look more closely at, depending on who's going to take the bus, is something we have to look at and be able to ensure that we can transport all our students. Right now, we believe we can do that. And also understanding that other surrounding districts currently have models in place where elementary students are in person full day in school. So we can learn from what's happening there. Phase 3, again, I mentioned this earlier, a little more preparation, but in the works. So we'd like to come up with a plan as soon as possible for getting our 6th through 12th graders back in school, full-time in person. Next thing here wasn't in the last presentation. It's our metric. We initially came up with a metric to look at opening and closing school and to keeping an eye on the safety of our schools. And what we've evolved to with our medical experts and our MAC team and epidemiologists and just living this thing now through 147 cases. A lot of these things are similar to the previous one, but are in a little bit different order. So, we wanted to make sure that people understood the prioritization that we find. So the first one's in-school transmission. I think anywhere you look, any district, state, country, even, we're looking at what's happening in the schools. Is it being transmitted in the schools? What we do is a very thorough job here. We do in collaboration with the Board of Health, but oftentimes we find out first, who are their close contacts, did it happen in school and out of school? And, when we say some of this, that there's been little or no evidence of any spread in school, I explain this to people that we're able to go back, for example, and say, okay, student one had this, but we know that that child's mother had it and was home for that last week quarantining and then got tested positive. So we know where case 0 was and how they got that. So we're confident that that didn't happen in school. So those are a lot of the legwork that's done behind the scenes to kind of eliminate that and really dig deep on where the transmission's happening. So we ask these following questions, and our nurses and nurse leader do a terrific job along with our school administrators in finding these answers out. And we appreciate the parents and caregivers' cooperation with us. This data really helps us. So you've got, in school during infectious period, how many days back do you go, and you find out the close contacts, and then we find out if there was evidence of school transmission. So that's a huge one for us. And we've been very confident that that's been working well here. Individual and school district data, and I'll show you some of this data shortly, that the number of cases reported in our district and individual school buildings daily and weekly, and are now, after the winter holidays, trending downward, both in the town and in our schools. And then the town, I mentioned that the percent positivity rate was skyrocketing up to close to 10% at one point in the near the holidays. Again, down, I believe this currently under 3%. So those numbers are also trending down, which is really good news for us. But that's also something we obviously look at. And then geographical data. What are the towns around us? What's happening with their positivity rates as people travel in and out of towns and our staff travel in and out of towns? So those are all the things we look at when looking at making the right decisions and safety of our schools. And then just some of the cases to date. This was as of 2/18. Secondary students and staff, that's the middle and high school, was approximately 62% of the cases. The elementary students and staff combined were approximately 34%. And the district, which are typically staff that don't have one particular home and may go from building to building, is at 4%. But diving a little bit into those numbers so you can visually see this. At the high school, you've got 59 total cases. At Gates, you've got 32. At Cushing, you've got 14. Hatherley, 4. Jenkins, 16. Wampatuck, 16. District, 6. So I know the buildings are smaller, but this data also helps us with our own numbers through the year, with the elementary students having a lower number in the schools, both staff and students. Again, no data to confirm any origination or transmission happened in our schools to date. And then our confirmed cases are lower than the town confirmed positively pretty regularly. So what our own numbers are showing us, what a lot of research out there is now showing us, is that in-school spread is not happening because of the mitigation strategies and because of the safety protocols in place. Here's just a visual of our particular cases. Again, why the timing of trying to get kids back to school, it directly correlates with these numbers. We want to make sure it's safe. And as you can see, the big spike here right around the holidays. We peaked at 32 cases. These are weekly. So the week of January 3rd, we had 32 cases in our schools. January 10th, we jumped down to 13. On the 17th of January, we bumped a little up. You see that little bump in between the 10th and the 24th. That's 17. And now consistently, we've been on a downward trajectory with 11 cases on the 24th, 9 cases on the 31st of January, only 5 cases on this week of the 7th, and 3 cases the week of the 14th. And so I just wanted to share some of the American Academy of Pediatricians data on this. And I'll let you read. I'll leave the screen up. I'm not going to read everything, but you know, they talk about the age group there, 10 years or less likely to become infected or to spread it to others. Desks should be placed at least 3 feet apart. And the last one is particularly interesting. There's mounting evidence of the low transmission within schools, even in communities with escalating community transmission. Ultimately, the decision to open schools to in-person learning should be based on the joint guidance of local and state public health authorities and school administrators based on current data in the community, as well as the evidence of transmission in schools. So that's a little bit of the data I showed you and our numbers, and I think that's an important one to look at. Here's the most recent parent survey, and I just want to let people know that this was just kind of a toe in the water preliminary survey, just to kind of, you know, we didn't have a lot of details, and we heard back from families. I understand that. When I get to a little bit later in this presentation, there'll be another survey going out a little bit more detailed and to our staff and to our families and to our students, but we omitted in this one. And that's something we want to make up for. So there'll be other surveys going out. Again, I think we're proud of the fact that we do that. We listen and we take the feedback, but this was just a simple, okay, if, you know, not knowing a ton of detail, if we were to go back, returning to minimum of 3 feet. And again, that could be 4 or 5 feet. We're in the process of measuring classrooms and desks and that kind of stuff to figure out some classrooms may be 4 feet or 5 feet, or some may be able to stay at 6. We don't know. All right, but the minimum we'd have to go is 3 feet. And close to 84% of this number down below is if you only have one child coming to our schools, 84% would want their kids back at 3 feet, again, with this survey. And then progressively, the more children you have, it seems, except for a little dip here, anybody with 5 students in the district, it was up to 92.3%, understandably. So a big part of our decision-making involves feedback with our Safe and Strong Task Force, which is 80 members that represent everybody in our community, from parents to administrators, school committee members, educators, students, community members. Held our first meeting. This is the feedback that we had initially. We broke it down into categories for you to look at. And these are considerations we need to make and take care of. Some of these things we've already been working on. Some of these we'll ask our Safe and Strong Committee to contribute solutions to at our next meeting coming up. Furniture is a question. Lunches was also a big question at 6 feet. Can all classes accommodate 3 feet? Again, working on that. Good questions. Air filtration. I will let you know now that we've had multiple people come in, and all of our data is posted on the websites. Our buildings are safe. The air quality is acceptable or better for our students. It's the best it's been. I know there's been a question on one of the task force came out about the Hatherley School moving to 3 feet. And there is a possibility, again, if we make this move, we're going to obviously recheck and make sure it's safe air quality. And we've already done that. air quality at Hadley is fine as it exists. If we move to 3 feet, we may have to bring in some air purifiers. And we're committed to doing that. So that solution is there. And I just wanted to clear up any confusion that's out there about Hatherley. Hatherley would have no problem making this move. We'd have to buy additional air purifiers according to Rise Consultants. And again, we're willing to commit to that. COVID protocols, again, I'm not going to read all of this. I'll share this out to the community this week. But these are all the notes. Stance of the Medical Advisory Committee and our doctors right now is in support of this with continued dialogue. They feel strongly that the teachers still also should be at 6 feet, with the kids being allowed to be at 3 feet or 3 to 6 feet. And that's something we'll have to work on solutions for. Medical recommendations, to talk about vaccinated. I know I want to thank our teachers union who sent a letter to the governor. I know our local superintendents have also sent one about a month ago to move the teachers up, educators up, all of our school staff up on the list. So well done. It's fallen on deaf ears to date, but I think our tenacity in all agreeing that that's a priority is important. So with March 29th coming over a month away, we're hoping that not in our control, but teachers and educators are up next, hoping that that starts within the schools. But that is obviously a question on here. Next one, social emotional. I know this is obviously important to all of us. Kids are better off in school. Kids want to be in school. We must prepare for the struggle students face when they return to school. Absolutely. And the sooner we can do that, I think the better. Human sight, fear, all that kind of stuff we have to take into consideration. Teachers, there's just some summaries on comments with teachers. Readapting to kids in, and some of the things that were working well with the Wednesdays. We're going to have to, that's one way to reimagine, to do those with kids in the buildings now. And then to continue to keep our eyes on what other schools are doing and looking at the data that they have. You know, how is their in-school transmission going at 3 feet? How long have they been in school? And so I'm continuing to speak with other superintendents and collect that data. And then we surveyed our staff, just an open-ended question on Wednesdays. Right now, we'll send another staff out, survey out like with the families and students on phase 2, but this was phase 1. Obviously, the 204 responses here. The majority were concerned about the collaboration and planning time, which we believe we've addressed in this, and we also feel that's valuable and important. The safety and the cleanliness of the buildings. Again, a shout out to our custodians who continue to, do all their daily chores, and then sometimes they're out there shoveling snow, as we know as well. So that's always something we review and keep on top of. So that's something we think we can handle. And then the one-to-one support during that Enrichment Wednesday, we talked about that. And so our principals are working with our teachers to make sure that we not only don't lose that, but enhance it with students coming back. So you can read the rest, but I want to thank our staff, all staff for giving that for the Scituate Public Schools. So some transparency and datelines and timelines for phase 1. The steering committee came up with this draft of a framework. We presented it on the 8th to the school committee. Parts of that you see in this current plan. Negotiations started the week of 2/8 and are ongoing. Meet with, and again, I want to emphasize a lot that that's a collaborative effort, that's us. There's no I or them, and that's an us thing, that we're working together to make sure our schools are the best and the safest for our kids. And I think that's going very well. Meet with the Safe and Strong Task Force that happened on the 11th. We're meeting again to start answering some of these questions that they came up with and some of those ideas the survey data has. So the Safe and Strong Task Force will have a very involved role in this process. A steering committee will meet to review those solutions and tighten up the plan after that feedback and the survey data feedback. We've done that. Then we are presenting tonight. And then building staff meetings, which happened today. Schedules were sent out last week. So our teachers and support staff and all staff could offer feedback on what's going to work and how it will best work and service our students. And then we hope to get detailed schedules out for Wednesdays to families this week. And with a week from Wednesday, phase 1 beginning. Phase 2, similar concept. And I know people were wondering, well, what, why not tomorrow? Why? And it really, as a parent, I understand that. And I just want to show you why, because we are proud of our process. It has worked. What we don't want to do is bring kids all back in and then send them home with a spike. So we want to make sure we do it right. And again, and we've been pretty successful with being transparent and inclusive in the decision-making. And so again, it starts with the framework is here. We'll be sending out another set of surveys to staff, families, and students for more details specifically on phase 2. And then the Safe and Strong Task Force will meet next week on the 3rd to take that information or the previous information from the last meeting and start putting this thing together. What's the full K through 5 look like, and even dive into what 6 through 12 might look like back in full person. And steering committee will take all that information and put it into a presentation like this for the next school committee meeting with more details of phase 2. Again, negotiations will be ongoing. Building staff meetings to collaborate in phase 2 implementation. This really worked well in the summer. I know a lot of educators came in with our educational leaders and, really kind of worked together to make the schedules work and to make the lunches work, the recess, and all this kind of stuff that we have to talk about. So that again will happen. And then the week of the 22nd, the goal is to get detailed schedules out like we're doing this week for phase 1. For phase 2, goal of phase 2 beginning on March 29th, which is a Monday. And then grade 3, as I said, by that time, by the middle of the end of March, we certainly will have more details on the 6 through 12 and more data to guide us on those. Again, one of my favorite quotes here, and as we navigate, is enthusiasm is free. It's also contagious, but so is negativity. It's harder, I think, sometimes to be enthusiastic, but let's do that so we can achieve the best school district in the world. And that concludes my presentation.
Great. Thank you, Superintendent Burkhead. As is typical, I'm going to open this up to the committee at this time for any questions or comments. And then after that, I will open it up to the public for their comments. I guess I'll go alphabetically. Ms. Brandolini?
Okay, I'll go first. I don't know. I kind of feel like I felt in August about all this. There's no right answer. We're not going to make everybody happy. It's a pandemic. It's scary. We've never been in this position before. As a parent, I feel the stress of a parent. I want my kids back in school full time. I want them learning at their top capacity. I want them with their teachers. They love their teachers and their friends and the social emotional piece, sports, drama, band, everything. I want normalcy. As an educator, it petrifies me going into my building every day. I see hundreds of children a week. The masks have worked, distancing has worked. We've had periods, in my own building that have been stressful, and periods that I actually just kind of feel pretty normal. We have a regular day with the kids. It's really tough. I feel like, depending on the hat that I'm personally wearing, I can have a completely separate opinion on what I think the path should be. It's a huge concern to me that, of course, vaccination hasn't been opened up to educators. I think it's shameful, at a state and national level that these people are not considered top priority with, how we've all been treated during this. We've been on the front lines with children every day without access to a huge piece of the puzzle. and continue to be. And now we are being asked to do more. And it's really hard when you're an educator and you're going into these classrooms every day and you love your job and your children that you work with. And, you feel that grapple of knowing that your students need more help and need more face time with you, but you have a personal block and there's just that personal safety concern. I mean, when you're in a room with 20 kids or more and kids don't know about, they don't know definitions of 6 feet or 3 feet or 1 foot or 6 inches. They give hugs. They, they're like this all day long. They need shoes tied. They need all the things that they just need. And, classrooms are not single cells. I'm a person that goes into a classroom, so I don't have my own space like in that way. I have my little office, but I go in and it's, there's maybe a paraprofessional and a one-to-one aide. There could be an ABA. There's a student teacher. There's the classroom teacher. That's our office. These buildings are our office buildings. We work with hundreds of adults and hundreds of children. So, it's really tough. I think just the most grace we can give educators and administrators is appreciated as we kind of process through the next steps of this. So I'm kind of like, I'm hesitantly optimistic. I feel like the phase 1 piece with the Wednesdays, it's logical in so many ways. It gives the kids more time in the classrooms, which is a huge piece of the puzzle, and they desperately need that. The phase 2 part of it, I feel like, I want us to be there. And I think and as you said, to Mr. Burkhead, there's a lot of pieces to be worked out. And, I think, I'm curious, I know the measures have worked so well, and I feel confident in the measures at 6 feet. Do the measures still hold at 3 feet? Are we the experiment, not us, Scituate, but I just think here we go again. Let's see, it's let's find out. We thought this in August and we kind of rolled the dice and worked out really well, I would say, but now we're going to go and do that again. I guess it's just, you're hesitant to take the leap, but I think I vaccines and, if you can get in there and get creative and get the spacing, as spaced out as we can, give teachers the spaces that they need, be creative, but just as much, I don't want to block, moving forward academically and getting kids in the classroom, but I'm hesitant. I'm not like, ooh, let's open up, I'm not like running into this. I'm really cautious I just keep weighing back and forth what the right answer is, but I don't have the right answer, but I want to do what's best for, the district. So I guess I'm curious what other school committee members are thinking. Those are my inner thoughts for the entire, however many hundreds of people are on here to know where my brain's at. So anybody else want to join in on their thought process?
Thanks, Ms. Brindley. Well, I'm gonna do this alphabetically. So that would be Mr. Hayes. I'm gonna skip over myself. Mr. Hayes, comments.
Yeah, I had some comments and some questions. Thank you, Peter. And I totally agree with Nicole on everything she said. This is such I want to start by saying that how incredibly difficult it is to make these plans and acknowledge the dedication and the hard work and the caring of Bill and your entire team into getting us where we want to go. I do have concerns. There are a couple of the things that you put up that concern me. The American Pediatrics Group is on board with going to 3 feet, but I've read a survey of the actual doctors who make up that group, and the vast majority of them are still in favor of continuing a hybrid, and B, they're not too crazy about moving to 3 feet. The main problem I have is this going to 3 feet. The CDC recommendation is to remain at 6 feet right now. Jesse is saying 3 feet. My opinion on Jesse is they're a quasi-political education group, and with emphasis on the politics. And when you consider that with the fact that nobody is recommending teachers be vaccinated before we go full time, my concern with this, what DESE recommends as opposed to what the CDC recommends, there's no vaccines for teachers until the next phase, which hopefully will start before April. But I mean, my group just started last week, and good luck getting an appointment. But so it remains to be seen how long that will take. But it seems like we had these bureaucratic and governmental groups with their recommendations, and DESE is only a recommendation. I believe we don't have to follow them if we as a town don't think we should. But it seems like everybody's telling us what to do, and my job, and I think, and I know everybody will agree, whether the school committee or administrators, is that the number one job of the people who are in charge of the school system is the health and safety of our 3,000 students and over 500 employees, and that has to come first. So I do have concerns about the 3 feet. I do have grave concerns about teachers not having the opportunity for every teacher to be vaccinated before we go full time. I mean, I read very closely DESE's bus recommendations, and I spent half my time just either shaking my head or laughing. I mean, it's one of the most ridiculous documents I've ever seen. And I wouldn't put my kid on a bus if the town paid me under those guidelines. But I do have a couple of specific questions, though, for Bill. If the slide that you had on the results of the parent survey with the percentages of the back to full-time classes, did the parents have, how many choices did the parents have as far as what they wanted to see going forward? Did they only have 2, which would be remote or?
You froze up, Mike.
Yeah, we lost Mike. I think you just wanted clarification on what that question was on regards to that parent survey. Was it, I think it was as simple as, would you return to under 6 feet
Yes.
or not, I'm guessing.
Yeah, it would, because if we went back to in-person learning, there would be no more hybrid model.
Okay. But so that parents did not have the opportunity to say they'd rather stay at a hybrid model, is that right?
Yes, by saying no.
Okay. Because I've talked to a number of parents who were very confused by that question. that they only had two choices. And the parents that expressed their concern to me about that part of the survey was that, well, what if we wanted to stay remote? We didn't have an opportunity to express that view. So that was a concern I had. And can we go back, Bill, to on the slides, the Wednesday program that starts in a week and a half. I just want to in my head as to, and it's exactly what that means. So again, the back to school on Wednesdays, on that what are the middle and high school kids going to be doing on Wednesdays starting in March?
So the cohort A group, this is elementary. Let me go to the high school plan.
Yeah.
So here, so the group that, let's say cohort A comes in person Monday and Tuesday.
Yeah.
On the first week, they would come in the full day on Wednesday.
Okay.
Cohort B would remain doing remote like they've typically done.
All right.
So then there'd be 3 consecutive days of full day in person for cohort A, while cohort B would have the typical current situation where hybrid at home and then 2 in person Thursday, Friday. The following week, cohort B would come in, cohort A would go Monday, Tuesday, cohort B would go 3 days in a row, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, full days.
So the cohorts, there'll only be half the school population in the middle and high school on Wednesdays.
That's correct.
Mike, it's just like it is right now, just adding Wednesday as a day, because right now
Yeah.
it's fully remote.
And that's the same for the elementary too.
No, but I guess again, and I'm confused, and I look at it different ways, different times, and I just want to make sure. But starting on March 3rd with this Wednesday group, the slide that you have up, the middle and elementary schools they will continue on the current hybrid method in March. Is that correct?
All levels will,
Okay.
including elementary. Yep. So the elementary on a Wednesday, for example, will just go AM, PM like they're doing Monday,
Yeah.
Tuesday, but it'll be 5 days. Right. So that phase 1 model is the hybrid model still. We're
Right.
just adding a
And
day.
the slide that's in front of us will be presumably the end of March schedule.
No, this will be March 3rd. And in the secondary level, because we don't have a phase 2 plan for them, that's TBD on when that will end until we come up with a plan to bring them back in full person.
Mike, we're just at the phase 1 would just add Wednesday to replicate exactly what's happening on a Monday or as close as possible to what's happening on Monday or Wednesday. Just be one cohort would go in.
But
Beginning next Wednesday.
Here's what's confusing me, though. Here's what's confusing me. I'm looking at it and it says Monday and Tuesday cohort A is in the building.
Correct. That's what's happening now. And then on every other Wednesday,
But-
they would be in.
But my question is, what's confusing me is, my question is, what is the I'm just concerned about the middle school and the high school as to when they're going. It's proposed that they go full time.
No, it's not, Mike. We're just at phase 1 is for middle and high school is just to add Wednesdays
Okay.
for one cohort. So again, cohort A goes to school full day,
Yep, that's they're doing now.
and then they would go Wednesday. The following Wednesday would be cohort B would be in school. So they
Yep.
would go to school Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. It's just adding a day. It's changing this current schedule, Wednesday schedule that's currently fully remote, to look as close as possible to what's happening on the in-person days.
No, I get that now. I guess I was confused. I was just getting confused between the high school and elementary
Yep.
and so I understand that now. So, I mean, I do. Some weeks I understand it, some weeks I don't in the last 3 weeks. So, but I think I got it cleared in my brain now. So I appreciate that.
Okay. All right, Mr. Long. Comments or questions?
Jane?
Yeah, that's not alphabetical, Peter.
Oh, sorry. You're right. Limblom. Miss Limblom. I'm sorry. My apologies. I got to go back to school. Limblom.
I'm still trying. I mean, there's a lot to process, especially the comments, Nicole and Mike's comments. But I want to preface my comments by saying that I work in healthcare and I've been listening to COVID, for the past year on a daily basis of what has changed and how we see it. So I don't want anybody to think that what I'm saying is in any way trying to dismiss everybody's fears, because I've been there, believe me. But I just feel like we know so much more than we did a year ago. And if we mitigate for spreading for people that are contagious, I feel like, we can do this. We can change how school is for the kids. There hasn't been any in-school spread. I think across the country, if you look at other states that have kids that are in school within 3 feet distancing, I think we would have been hearing about, schools across the country having to go fully remote. And just going through my list of comments. I think we need to just stick to, the science what we've learned. And, I know there's a lot of, getting the emails from parents, there's a lot of anger and frustration, and I totally understand where it's coming from. I mean, this is a year. I mean, this is, who knew we would be here, where we are today, almost a year later. A year ago, we were all, the whole country, the whole state was shut down. But I strongly feel that if we are able to continue with the follow the guidelines of, mask wearing and the cleaning, it might not be 3 feet, like Mr. Burke had said, it could be 4, it could be 4.5, depending on how the classrooms, play out. But I don't know. I think that, and it's for Mike's comment about the CDC and how they're not recommending, 3 feet. I think they are, like, depending on what the community spread is. Each town's different. Yeah, the guidelines that came out initially said, 6 feet, but it depending on the community, each community, each school system can do what they feel is best for the kids. And I think we need to try. And I think we need to just remember that there hasn't been a lot of spread in school. And it's because we have these precautions in place. And if we continue with them, we can get the kids back in school safely. Right.
Thank you, Ms. Lindblom.
Thank you.
Mr. Long.
So I think one of the best things that's come out of the survey results is just the feedback from staff, and I've even heard from some parents, is the amount of one-on-one time the kids are able to get as they either need help in the classroom or just that general catch up with either, you're falling behind in your grades, how can we get you caught up, or just that social emotional piece. I mean, I've seen at both the elementary and middle school level where teachers are reaching out and that Wednesday is being used as a teacher has 5 kids come in and they just talk for 20 minutes and they get caught up on more life than the actual lessons that are going on in the classroom. And it makes a huge impact on kids because like I'm meeting with my teacher on this day and it's not, you know, a 45-minute session where the kids can ask questions and then they go off and do what they would normally do, the work that they've been assigned for the rest of the day. And even at the elementary level where cohort A is there in the morning and the afternoon, there's a lot of reaching out from even some of the support staff. I mean, every Monday my son does a lunch group and sometimes he's the only kid there and sometimes there's a couple, but he sat there and talked to someone for 25 minutes about Harry Potter. And God love the person who's on the other side because, I mean, he could talk about it for hours, but I mean, that piece of it was, I mean, he walked away smiling and happy and, you know, talking all about it for the next hour because it made such a, you know, a good impact on that piece. And, you know, coming back, what we've heard from the teachers is not only I think the prep time is also important because it's helping them come back and say, well, this is, you know, this is a different thing. I know we've been doing it for a year now, but it's something that we need to, you know, it's something new and it's something that we need to work through to make sure the kids are getting that best educational experience, you know, day over day, and we can continue to move that curriculum forward so kids are ready for that next year. I mean, I've seen differences from when my middle child was in kindergarten versus my son this year, and you know, being able to keep kids moving forward, not only at the elementary, but also, you know, higher up in the high school and getting ready to move on to, you know, whatever they do after high school is going to be huge and something that we continue to track towards and make sure that these kids are ready to go to college or go into the armed services or a trade as soon as they leave Scituate schools. I think one concern that I have, I mean, the fact that the state is still trying to push MCAS on us this year, I think is something that, you know, they should be taking a step back from, especially from a emotional side from students who are working remotely and then at the same time have to get ready for this test that could impact whether they graduate or whether they have to continue to take the test to pass. And that's something that should be the last thing we have to worry about this year, probably next year, just because of the impact on students and that piece that we need to make sure that we, you know, we really help them with. In Superintendent Burkett, I'm not sure if you know the answer to this, but just in terms of the AP exams, you know, kids spend all year working towards that test, making sure that they're able to, you know, successfully take it and pass it. I don't know if there's been any general conversation on that, but you know, it's something else we need to at least keep an eye on as we get towards the end of the year. I know being in school would be better for them in terms of being able to prepare for that test and have a little bit more time in the classroom with those teachers. But you know, we want to make sure we don't lose sight of that as we move forward with this plan.
All right. Superintendent Burkett, I'll hand it over to you in just a second. I was going to make my comments and maybe you can provide some overview here.
Peter, can I say one last thing?
Yeah, sure. Go ahead, Ms. Limbong.
Because I feel like I forgot to say the most important thing is that, you know, this decision, none of us are taking lightly. You know, I have 2 children still in the school system. I have family members that have kids in the school system. I have friends who are teachers. And so how we decide, you know, it's not just it's not like, oh, we think this is good for kids. You know, it affects everybody we know in town. So as difficult as a decision it is, I think we need to move forward and do what we can. But thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Limbong. I just want to state a couple of things. Hopefully it comes across okay. I think the number one thing that a couple of school committee members already mentioned, and I think it makes mention, there are a couple of things that are out of our control. And one of them is the priority for our staff members of getting the vaccine. We obviously all wish that they were put at the top of the list. I think that this would be a much easier discussion, easier decision, but that's out of our control. I know that local organizations are writing letters and petitions and so on to the governor to change it, but as superintendent said, it's kind of falling on deaf ears. So that's out of our control. We hope that happens as soon as possible. I think that would make this decision a lot easier. But the real thing that this comes down to, and is that this comes down to the science. None of us on the school committee are doctors. We have doctors on our reopening committee that have said it's safe to go back to school with the parameters that Superintendent Burke had stated. I don't know, we can quote this and we can quote that, but we're not doctors. If our representatives, our doctors, our nurses, our staff members that are involved in anything to do medical, receiving guidance, and they say that we can safely go back to school with this in place, I don't see why why it is such an issue. None of us are doctors. With that being said, I'm fully in support of the plan. I also want to make it known that the Wednesdays are for the next couple of weeks. The elementary is the only proposed school going back full time, and that would potentially be March 29th. We have 1 month where we're going to continue with this hybrid model and only adding Wednesdays. We will see if cases continue to decline, as we saw. What was there, 7 cases or something? We could be down to 0 cases by March 29th. So I think that we have to take the data, we have to be aware and take the advice of the medical professionals at this point. With that being said, I guess the only real question that I would have for Superintendent Burkett is, actually, before I say that, I attended the Gates School Council meeting right before this meeting. And it was stated there several times by Principal Beatty, who has been amazing, that there are ongoing plans every day and things will change. If things aren't working, they will change. It's not as if something, the schedule for the proposed schedule for the kids going back to middle school is only suggested right now, and they'll bring them back with the anticipated schedule. Doesn't work, they'll change it. If we need more social emotional learning time, then they'll change the schedule and they'll spend an hour or 2 blocks, working on non-academic skills. The Wednesday isn't necessarily going to look exactly like the Monday or Tuesday or Thursday, Friday, but it's going to get the kids back in school. I'm in full support of it. Like I said, the only thing, Superintendent Burke, that I would ask is, and I know that you're doing this or your team's doing it, is based upon the responses to the survey of those kids, families that would feel comfortable coming back, what would each classroom look like? I would think that there's going to be a substantial number of classrooms that might be 4 or 5 feet. And I know that every school, every classroom is different in size, but if we could get some indication, as we approach the March 29th date, to how many kids would be in classroom or how far the average distance would be, I think that would be helpful. So with that being said, I will hand over to you, Superintendent Burkett, for your comments.
And, I guess I have no other comments. I share the presentation. I hear what you're all saying, and one recommendation could be, to approve the phase 1 in the phase 2 date, pending on phase 2 the presentation on. I can come up with a more detailed plan on phase 2 on the March 8th meeting. We'll have more data. Things change daily, as you know, in this, so we could get phase 1 going and have the date ready to go and work towards the 29th. And if in the at our 8th meeting, if the plan doesn't meet your specs or you're not comfortable with it, you can extend the 29th, change it, or cancel it. So there's some options there for you in how you vote this or how you motion it.
And Superintendent Burkett, I think one thing that will be.
I was going to bring that up as well.
Sorry, Ms. Bernalini, you're up. Sorry, Mr. Hayes. Ms. Bernalini was first.
Sorry. So I had a couple quick questions. So I was curious, just to follow up on some other school committee members' questions. With the guidance that came out, the more fine-tuned guidance, direct guidance, I guess you could say, that came out a week and a half ago from the CDC, was there anything that came up with some of the surrounding communities that have plans, maybe not implemented, but plans that have been voted on or that are in the process to take any of that into consideration? Or are they all kind of in the lighthouse group and everything, just continuing on with whatever the plans were that they had set prior to that CDC guidance coming out, was one of my questions. And then to that effect, I just wanted to confirm, so the doctors that are on our own MAC team support the 3 feet distancing in the classrooms as a go?
They support it with teachers at 6 feet and also with the metric that we showed that we've all talked about. And the CDC talked about that low positivity rates in school and in the community go hand in hand with this as well. So that's why I shared the metric, the new metric that we've been working on as well.
Okay. And then my last question about that was about Mike Long's question about MCAS. I was kind of digging into that a little bit, and I didn't expect Mike to bring it up, but there's like 29 towns that have suspended MCAS for a year or 2 or 3. And didn't know if that was something that any of our neighbors were talking about as well near us, because most of them weren't close by that I'd noticed were putting MCAS moratoriums on, but it's certainly an interesting idea.
I haven't heard any in the Lighthouse group that have done that.
Thanks.
You're welcome.
Mr. Hayes.
Yeah, I was just going to react to Bill's comment about what the motion is going to be tonight, because that's what I had been thinking about for a while, since I know we were going to vote on it. And I mean, I would be very comfortable voting this first stage and you know, and keep talking and having more work done on what, as you said, Pete, that what are the classrooms going to look like as we move forward with what's scheduled for the end of March, because you know, going slow to go fast. I'm more in the go slow than the go fast, and I think we have been doing an incredibly good job in Scituate. I don't agree with everything I hear, whether it's what did the CDC say, or should we just follow whatever our MAC says. You know, we have the responsibility for 3,500 people, and but so I would be in favor of going forward with step 1, certainly. I do have a couple of quick questions as to the presentation, Bill. You talked about, you're discussing whether to go to double mass. Where are we on that?
I haven't had any conversations about that. I don't know if our nurse leader's on the call tonight, if she can comment on that. Otherwise, I have heard nothing, no guidance on that from our medical experts or DESI at this point.
Okay, what about from someone besides DESI?
Agreed. No, like I said,
I know
I said medical experts first.
Dr. Fauci's in favor. It wants people to go to double mask. I know.
What's that?
Dr. Fauci recommends double masks.
Yep. I think that's something we can look into as early as tomorrow. I know Nurse Leader Roach can definitely look into that for us.
And when we go to Wednesdays, how much cleaning do the teachers do now, and how much cleaning will be expected of them going, you know, to Wednesdays?
I think the elementary schools, well, originally we had fogging in between cohorts, and that was extremely irritating to the staff. You know, didn't make them feel good, didn't smell good. So we agreed that we'd take that out of there, but we didn't have time for the amount of custodians we had to clean every single room, every single desk.
Mm-hmm.
So what we've agreed upon is that the older kids can get a soap and water and wash their own desks. and the teachers of the real young kids would have to help them, but start to train them to be responsible to do so. So they've been doing a real good job with that.
Okay.
And in the older grades, the kids are responsible for it.
And again, I want to get the kids back as quickly as possible, but one of the things about, and I will, when the time comes, make a motion just to go, one step at a time, because again, my concern is with the vaccinating of teachers, and we'll know more.
We lost you again, Mike. I think we lost Mike. Mike, we lost. Oh, there we go.
Nobody is yet locked into March 29th to get all the kids in the pool. Go slow to go fast, and considering especially the vaccination problems that the state is having and the country's having,
Right.
it wouldn't bother me one bit to see how those things are going, and perhaps delay that until after April vacation, just for everyone's safety. So,
Right, Mike, the phase 2 is just K through 5. It's not it's not everybody. It's just elementary.
I know.
Okay.
But I'm more concerned about middle and high school than I am about elementary right now, as far as the spread of disease. And the risk that our teachers take and our staff takes. It's higher in the middle and high school than it is in elementary. We have the statistics to show that.
Well, that's why they're not included in phase 2.
I know.
So,
but we're pushing for the to be determined date is what I'm talking about.
okay. Okay. Any other comments?
I think Mr. Hayes brings up a good point about the fact that, we're responsible for 3,600 people coming through our schools on a normal day-to-day basis. And, we saw in the survey results that the vast majority of the town wants us to come back more. And Mr. Burkett, I'm glad you said, Superintendent Burkett, I'm glad you said you were going to resend out a new survey, because I think there was a little bit of confusion. I was actually going to ask you about that before you brought it up. So then getting some of that clarifying information will definitely help from the community. And I think in March, when we start seeing the numbers from February vacation, those are also going to be telling, because we can listen to the feedback from the medical community, but I'm sure is going to be a pretty robust public comment in a few minutes, rightfully so. But, we can only do as much as the community allows us to do. And if our cases spike again, like they did over Christmas break, it's going to make us slow down. And I think, starting slow in the beginning of March, where all of a sudden we're not changing the number of kids at a time in the school, but we're getting more and more kids into the school and getting that interaction, is going to be a great thing. And then if the middle of March we say, well, look, we do need to slow it down, go into April with phase 2, at least we're taking as much information as we can coming in, moving forward, and then, ultimately getting us to a place where we can be safe, we can get more kids into the schools and, get them the services that they need without, putting anyone at risk. So I agree with Mike. I think this first phase is definitely going to be a big help going into March. And then from there, we just build up as we can and, do it safely, go slow to go fast, but, give our kids the services they need.
Okay. Thank you. Any other? I am going to open up the public comment before I entertain a motion, just because I think it's appropriate on this particular agenda item. Any other comments by the school committee before I do that? I'll just make one comment. I actually, I was going to say this for later, but I'll mention it now. The locals, a couple of weeks ago, I reached out through a mutual introduction, the chair of the Hingham School Committee And as a result, we created our own lighthouse group of school committees. And we had our first meeting last week. And we talked about all the stuff that we just talked about. And basically, the conclusion is we can make it work. It's not going to be perfect. We're going to have to make some changes, but most or everyone, all the school committee members I spoke, there was a representation, maybe 8 different districts. They all felt strongly. They're all opposition from either side. There's some families that didn't want to bring their kids back, some that really wanted to bring their kids back, but they made it happen, or in the process of making it happen. You do it one step at a time. And I think that this Wednesday is unique. No one else is doing this. This is really going slow. I think it's a great way to introduce the kids back into school more frequently. We can, take care of some issues that potentially come up, and then be ready to move more aggressively at that appropriate time. But again, as everyone said, this is not an easy decision. And it's one that, the one that we're responsible for. So with that being said, I am going to open up to public comment, just a couple of things. If you do not have your real name on your Zoom login, if you could just make sure that it is your real name. It looks like there's just one so far. Oh, now we're all set. If you could identify your name and address. And if you are not comfortable with your address, please state your school affiliation. I also just like to remind folks that during public comment, it is public comment. If you do have a question, it's supposed to be in the form of a comment. So we may or may not respond to it. And please also be reminded to use kindness, respect, and compassion as we're creating a culture of acceptance and respect at our meetings. So with that being said, I'm going to go in the order that I see them. I hope that it's in the correct order. I'm going to open up to Steve McGuire.
Great. Thank you for your time. I'll be respectful to my 3 minutes. My name's Steve McGuire. I live at 14 Foxwell Lane. I've been a teacher at the high school for 20 years, and I have 4 kids in grades 5, 3, 2, and 1 at Jenkins. So I wear 2 hats as both a vested teacher in the district and as a parent. And I'm speaking tonight to request that we continue with the plan we currently have, and we make no changes until our teachers and staff have the opportunity to be vaccinated. I understand the vaccination is determined on a state decision. That is very clear. But the timing to change our plan is a Scituate decision, and that is under our control. As a father, I want our 4 kids back in school full time, but I also want my kids' teachers to have the chance to be vaccinated and to have that opportunity to feel safer and stronger in their classroom and ease at least one stressor in this school year. As a colleague, I want my colleagues to have the chance for that same feeling of safety. As a teacher myself, I want the opportunity to be vaccinated before changes are made, because it not only is for the safe and strong thing to do for all teachers and staff in the district, but it is the right thing to do for these teachers and staff who have already had our whole profession turned upside down over the course of the last year. I'd also like to address what was referred to as only adding Wednesdays. From the front lines, those only Wednesdays have been a game changer for the social and emotional health of both and planning for teachers as well as for lots of students. We are so close to getting the opportunity to go back to school to full-time learning, so close. However, as difficult as the year has been, teachers, staff, and families are now falling into somewhat of a routine. Making changes to that routine while potentially risking more teacher, staff, and student safety just doesn't pass the logic test, in my opinion. We just talked about it. The plan we're currently doing is working, and it's working well. And again, from the front lines with students and from our home perspective, the current plan is not broken. Please don't fix it until teachers and staff are vaccinated. Thank you for letting me share.
Thank you, Mr. McGuire. I think that Kelly Roach, you popped up. I'm gonna, you may have come in out of order, but I'm gonna ask you to unmute.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thanks. Hi, everyone. I just wanted to address the question that Mr. Hayes asked about double masking and the buzz that's been going on about that with as far as Dr. Fauci kind of changing his tune recently about wearing a double mask. And so the CDC has not recommended double masking yet. However, I think that, researchers say that wearing a surgical mask under a cloth mask provides maximal potential because that acts as a filter and the cloth acts as an additional layer. So we can certainly look into that. Even though the CDC doesn't say that, we can kind of recommend as a district of what we would like to do. And I just wanted to just put that out there.
Great, thank you. I apologize to those that I crossed over, but I saw her pop up. So next is Shan Morrissey. And again, for those folks, ask for your name and address, and I will ask you to unmute, and there should be an option that pops up for you. Shan Morrissey.
Hi, Shan Morrissey. I'm a teacher at Gates. I've been at Gates for 17 years. I want to thank leadership and the task force for doing a great job. It was great to see all the task force concerns as part of the presentation tonight. I tend to agree with Steve McGuire. We're doing a really great job. When you listen to news reports from all around the country about getting kids back to school, and then you listen to what that really means, we're doing an amazing job getting kids back to school. There are hundreds of thousands of students, maybe millions, that have not even been in their buildings. We have a really effective system right now with the kids coming in 2 days a week and then working with their teachers on Wednesdays. I'm really concerned about the amount of time that we're going to lose with the individual kids on Wednesdays for, like, they're all going to lose that individual and small group time. So let's say the first Wednesday, cohort A is going to have their classes, but cohort B isn't going to be able to get any of the individual attention that they normally would get on a Wednesday, and they're not going to be in school. So cohort B is losing out, and then vice versa the following week. I'm also feel very strongly that teachers need to be vaccinated before we increase face-to-face learning time. I know that's not in Scituate's control, but I think that it's imperative to continue to have a safe environment. Our kids are connected. They're doing better as time goes on. And I feel like we're rushing this. I know we're only talking about one day, but we're talking about doing this a week and a half after the end of February vacation. We know factually that many, many families in Scituate traveled over vacation. And we're talking about increasing face time at the same time that there should be a spike. 10 to 14 days after exposure is when people are going to be coming down, starting to feel sick, starting to get tested, et cetera, and we're increasing face time right at that point. I'm not sure why we're pushing for March 3rd to return to Wednesdays. It's too fast. Just today, all of the schools started to talk with their staff about what our plan will be for Wednesday. So we have 4 more days this week and 2 days next week to plan for that first Wednesday. It just seems like too big of a trade-off. There are kids that are not going to have access to their teachers on an individual basis for 10 days. Also, right now, I'm in classes that with 6 feet of spacing do not have room for any more children. And in terms of the recommendation of teachers being 6 feet away, students being 3 feet away from one another, I don't know any teachers in the middle school, and I'm guessing at the other levels, that stand at the front of the classroom to teach. I am next to students all day long. I can't help them with what's on their computer if I can't see their computer? So, you know, we are not 6 feet away from the students already. And if we increase the number of students and decrease the spacing, that's going to make a really big difference. So I'm concerned about losing the time. I'm concerned about not being vaccinated. I'm concerned about initiating this right after February vacation. And I'm not sure what the rush is to add that extra day. And somebody said, I think.
I'm just gonna limit your time here, Ms. Moore, so you have to wrap it up.
Okay. Chairman Gates, I think you said if things aren't working, we'll change it, which is true and fabulous. Our leadership is very responsive. But if people start getting sick, that's not something that we want to have to respond to. We'd rather be safe and not have to change that. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Kate Martin. Kate Martin.
Hi, I'm Kate Martin. I'm a teacher at Cushing. And I just have, oh, sorry, as my dog crawls my lap. I'll read this quickly. We keep hearing to go slow to go fast. However, this seems too fast. In the beginning of the year, we were given 10 days by the state without students to plan the opening of the building. In that time, as a building staff, we planned navigating the hallways, bathrooms, mask breaks, and routines around our classrooms. We figured out our classroom schedules and mapped out how we would plan for remote learning. Now we're looking at having students back full-time in just a few weeks at the elementary level. In that time, we will be teaching the students in front of us all day while also creating a robust remote learning plan for the opposite cohort. Having students return on Wednesdays in a week would cut at least an hour of planning time that we desperately need. We need all new routines and procedures if we bring all of the students back. And I don't understand when we will have the time to make these plans to ensure that it is safely done if all of the students return at the end of March. In terms of cleaning, while it is true that some of the students clean their own desk, as a 4th grade teacher, the minute the students leave, I then re-clean every single desk. So no, this is not the students cleaning the desk, this is the teachers, and more students in equals more desks for the students, for the teachers to clean. This is a large responsibility on classroom teachers. It has been stated multiple times that the weather is getting warmer, giving us more opportunities to be outside. We do go outside. My class has not missed a day outside since the first day of school. I'm out twice a day, every day, for around 10 minutes, regardless of the weather. If we are going back, it has been said multiple times that we could be teaching outside. I don't understand how that is realistic. It's not realistic to assume we will have the right weather, enough space, or the ability to teach 20 children elementary level outside. Finally, it has been stated that starting with elementary is the best way to go because we don't move around the building as much. If the students are going to be back full, we will be moving around the building for mask breaks, specials, lunch, and recess. That means our classes will be in the hallways, mixing with other classes throughout the day. Our students will be together at recess, and we have no plan for how that will work yet. There are so many unanswered questions and not enough time to answer them. Almost every question that we have asked, we have been told that those are good questions or that we have made valid points and we need to think about that. However, we have not been given any answers to these questions that we have. In order to do this, we need more time, and I'm afraid that it will be asked of us to give more of our time to volunteer as teacher building groups to make these plans. And honestly, the teachers have given up so much time already. We just do not have it. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to call on Folly. I would like you to have your handle be your full name, but Folly.
All right. My name is Emily Folly. I'm a Cushing parent of 2 students. So I'm approaching this as an elementary parent. I just want to comment that I am in agreement of this new plan. I have seen that there were 3 weeks between the different vaccine rollouts. So that should give us enough time beginning on March 29th to see if the teachers are able to get into that next group. There will be 5 weeks from now. The emphasis is that the teachers will remain at 6 feet, and it's the children that will be at 3 feet apart. And I think that the parent, given that very specific opportunity to answer that question, and overwhelmingly the parents supported the idea that their child would be 3 feet from another child. I cannot come from it from a teacher's perspective because I'm not a teacher, I'm a parent, and I'm very comfortable with my child being 3 feet from another child, with the assumption that the teacher will remain at 6 feet apart. Kids have been masked. Kids have not been shown to be the transmitters that older children or adults are. And I think that, you know, if we are relying on the science behind these decisions, then that's what the science is telling us, that elementary school kids are not the transmitters and they're not the ones that are getting severely sick. And so I just wanted to comment that I'm in support of it. And it's very difficult coming after a bunch of very well-respected and I admire teachers saying that they don't feel comfortable with this plan. It's very difficult for me to be the first one to support it, but I do support it. And as a parent, and I don't believe that we will be the best district in the world if we maintain a part-time in-person school model.
Thank you. Next I have Bill Carey.
Okay, I think.
There we go. Yeah, you got the virtual hand raised. Good job.
Bill, yeah, very proud of myself. Bill Carey, 708 Country Way, got kids in 7th and 8th grade. I think the first comment is that I think the survey was actually fairly biased in the way it was presented. It was either, we're going to 5 days, will you send your kids back, yes or no? Those are the choices. It wasn't which of these options do you prefer? Do you prefer hybrid? Do you prefer fully remote? Do you prefer fully in school? And so there was no option just to answer, keep it the same as it is today. And so I wonder how many people answered yes, thinking that along those same lines. I also agree with the multiple statements that the teachers really should get vaccinated first. And I think, so I would like to say that, you know, the science is definitely out on 3 versus 6 feet. In doing a bunch of research, there's an op-ed from 2 Harvard public health professors saying 3 feet without a lot of data to back it up of any kind. So I think right now, unfortunately, everybody's still kind of finding their way through this thing. And so from that standpoint, I think an abundance of caution is warranted. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Carey, sorry, did you state your address? Sorry if I missed it. I was muted, or I had a bad.
708 Country Way.
Okay, sorry. Thank you. And now I know that Ira Zusti was next. I'm not sure how someone went ahead of him, so I'm going to call on Ira Zusti.
Hi, so Ira Zusti, Scituate High School junior, 14 Egypt Beach Road. So from talking to my peers and classmates, it has given me a lot of insight on what we're feeling right now and thinking. And I wanted to just provide some student perspective on this plan. And I wanted to bring up the point of the Wednesday office hours that are currently happening and that club time that we're meeting with our clubs, with our like extracurricular activities with our teachers. And I think that I just hope that time is being taken into consideration, because as students, having that time to talk and meet with our teachers is just really beneficial to us. And it provides us with a lot of just quality time that I think is crucial to our high school lives. Additionally, I'd like to just add that the student surveys would be extremely beneficial, and it would account for our voices as well. And I know that it was mentioned that a student survey will go out soon, and we appreciate that. So that's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Great, thank you. All right, I don't know why the order here is getting mixed up. I'm going to try to do the best that I can. Jennifer DeSabatino.
Good evening, and I'll apologize ahead of time because I can guarantee my son will make some loud background noise. So I wanted to,
Sorry, just your name and address, please.
oh, I'm sorry, Jennifer D. Sabatino, 2 Trudy's Lane, and my son. So I wanted to support the teachers who have spoken. As a teacher myself, I 100% agree with their comments. And as a parent of a student at the Hatherley School, I don't understand the rationale in rushing to get 2 or 3 weeks or a month faster into the buildings as opposed to getting a vaccine. It makes sense to have the vaccine first and then change. In terms of the social emotional stuff, I've had some incredible success this year with my students where I teach in Brockton, doing one-on-one, and we're 100% remote still. And being able to do the one-to-one meetings. I've had kids share things with me because we have the technology now, because they can send me private messages about things they're concerned about, things that they've seen happen, things that have happened to them. And when you take away that time to be able to do the one-to-one talking, it's going to have an impact. And I've definitely had a lot of good interactions with my students about non-academic stuff. If I only were able to talk to them about Spanish, then we would definitely not be communicating very much remotely. But the other thing I wanted to mention, and I know that the school committee and the administration is doing yeoman's work on this, so I appreciate that. But when I hear the conversation talking about what is safe, scientifically, the only thing that is safe is to keep everybody remote. Now, I'm not suggesting that that's what you do, and I'm not suggesting it's feasible, but I think that that needs to be the framework for the conversation. You're making decisions on how much risk you're willing to accept, not, well, 3 feet is safe. It's not safe, and there's no science to say it's safe. It's just there's some science to say that it may be less risky and it may be an acceptable level of risk. And I think that's the important framework to put it in. Also, in terms of who's a carrier and who's not, we don't know enough. And since we're not testing everybody for exposure, we don't know who's a carrier. We don't know if we have asymptomatic people transmitting it. And we just don't know that they're the transmitters at schools because we haven't tested everybody. So we don't know. And so far we don't have evidence that it's being transmitted, and that's good, but we don't know for certain. So we've got to be really careful about this. And at this point, where we're almost to March, I don't see the benefit of rushing forward. And I am a mother of a kid who desperately needs to get back into a school building with very significant needs that cannot be met remotely, but it's not safe. And I'd rather his teachers stay safe and everybody else in the building stay safe. And we'll make up this time later. Everybody's going through the same thing. We can make it up later. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, again, I just want to mention that the hands are being raised and I see them, and for some reason the order is changing. So I'm just going to start at the top. I apologize if it's out of order, but that's just, I don't know why it's doing that. So I will admit it. Ryan Gagnon.
Hi, Ryan Gagnon, 14 Birch Lane, parent of 3 kids in Scituate, one at Jenkins in the 5th grade, an 8th grader, and then a student in the ILC at Gates, the GLC at Gates. You know, I will say also as a nurse, I get it. It's scary in the beginning. Having worked been doing this since the beginning, it is scary. But I also feel that, you know, for example, my daughter, she can't do remote learning. So it is not an option. So on the days that there is remote learning, she does not get any education. She has fallen behind on things. We have seen regression. And I'm nervous that we won't ever be able to make it up. I think the sooner we can get kids into the classroom, the better. I do understand that it's scary, especially to teachers, but I think Superintendent Burke had also pointed out a very good point that there is no evidence that there is school-based transmission. And I will tell you from my healthcare organization, we are seeing that across the board, that we are not seeing school-based transmission, which is why there is such a push to get kids back into school. Because I can tell you, the medical community, if there was a concern and there was this concern of it, there would be people screaming up and down, left and right across the board to keep these kids home. But we're not seeing that. We're seeing it across the board to push to get these kids back to school, that the harm of them not being in school, both academically and social, emotionally, is doing more harm than keeping them home and preventing them from getting COVID. You know, that's all I wanted to say. And I do appreciate all that teachers are doing. And I do understand the fear, and rightfully so, but nurses have been through it, and it'll be okay. It's okay. And you too will see that eventually. But I do want to say that I support fully going back to school. The sooner the better.
Great, thank you. Okay, next I have is Sarah Weinberg.
So hi, my name is Sarah Weinberg. I'm a student at the high school. And so as a student at the high school, I'm hesitant about going back on Wednesdays, and I'm confused about the 3-foot distancing ideas. I thought that the CDC recently said that 13 feet is actually necessary to stop the spread of COVID. And additionally, with the multiple strands of the mutated COVID that have the higher transmission rate, I feel like it's almost irresponsible to send students back to an environment where COVID could so easily be passed around to students, faculty, and family members. And with Wednesdays previously being cleaning days, it's just worrying to think that we're losing that, and it could become less effective, as I know that cleaning in schools in class isn't really as strong, there's not a strong emphasis on that by the teachers. And furthermore, from the student perspective, Wednesdays are currently extremely valuable for student-teacher collaboration days. And there have been quite a bit of student-created polls, which have been passed around the school, and they've shown a really strong disliking for this Wednesday plan. Usually around 90% of students don't want to go back. So, I mean, these are just the reasons that I'm a little worried about all of this. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Sarah, sorry, I have short-term memory loss. Did you say your address?
High school, she said high school, Pete. Well,
Okay, okay. All right, Lori Withrow.
Thank you, Peter. First of all, thank you, Mr. Burkhead, for this plan. Really appreciate you presenting this evening, and also addressing the Hatherley airflow that you addressed earlier. That was one of the concerns for myself and others that attend, that have children that attend Hatherley School. It's time to bring the kids back to school. I fully 100% think it is time to vote yes on this plan. It's been a year. And this is a pandemic. This is something that we should be listening to medical professionals about. And although I never met him and I didn't know he'd be speaking before me, but what Ryan Gannon just said about being a nurse, that's who we need to be listening to. We go onto these Facebook pages and these forums and these people's threads and on these Zoom calls, and we listen to people that act like they're saying facts, but this is a pandemic and we need to be listening to the medical field. And the medical field is telling us that it's safe for our children to go back to school. And that's where the kids need to be in school. And it's not because we need them to have daycare, or your teachers are wonderful. And quite frankly, you can just teach better than we can. You do a much better job. And that's why we need our children in school. Is that as much as my husband and I can try to help our 4th grader, we're just not as good as you are. We're not educated to do that. And we do not know even how far behind our children are at this point. And we have no idea what the social emotional piece even is yet. We haven't even touched on that yet. You know, a few weeks back, my son lost his grandmother, and if he was in school, he would have had the teacher seeing him in person and seeing that and being able to send him to the counselor. Instead, he took his laptop and he faced it to the ceiling. And the teacher on this other side probably didn't know what to do with that. But we got to see that, where we could say, you could take a break. So there's this whole social emotional piece that is missing. It hasn't even been touched on yet. And these teachers, you just do a better job than we can do. And there's been 4 cases at Hatherley School in 6 months. That's incredibly low. Incredibly low, 4 cases. There's no reason why these children can't be in school. And, you know, just knowing that, yes, you've done work at the schools and you have got that in the condition of where they are safe to go back and that the airflow is okay. And if it's not safe, you will put the air purifiers in there. And we're confident. And that survey shows the majority of people want their children back in school. So I plead that you please just vote yes and start moving this forward so that families don't have to be looking at private schools. There are so many friends of mine, and including ourselves, we've put our children through these schools. We have a child that's graduating college this year, a child that's a sophomore in college. We've already been through the system once, and now we still have a 4th grader. We trust in Scituate Public Schools. That's why we have our children here. We want to keep our children in public school. We believe in public school. We don't want to be looking at private schools because they are putting kids in school full time. So I thank you again for moving this forward as quickly as you can, because I think that the surveys show that it's time to bring the kids back and the medical profession supports it. So thank you very much for your time and keep moving it forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Withrow. Again, these hands are all moving in different directions. So I'm going to go, I think, is Westor. You're up next. Westor.
Can you hear me?
Yep. Name and address, please.
Mike Westor, 44 Amby's Way. I'm glad Lori went in front of me. She speaks a hell of a lot better than I do. But I'd agree with her on most of these issues, actually all of these issues. I was actually calling because I thought we were going too slow. I mean, we've had a year. I mean, it's not like and the teachers, I agree, you teach better than us. I know there's a lot on your plate, but you're acting like we're just thinking of this now. We've had a year to deal with this. So to slow it down, what is it going to change? COVID's here, it's been here. I mean, it's time to get these kids back in school. I think that some of the teachers think the plan's working, but if you talk to a lot of the parents, it's not. I mean, that's why 90% of the parents want their kids back in school. It's not just for daycare. It's what Lori said. You guys are better teachers than us. And everybody keeps talking about the vaccination for the teachers. We can't change that. So I don't even know why that's a discussion. Let's deal with what's in front of us now. What's in front of us now is getting the kids back to school. The CDC says it's okay. There's no transmission. There's no reason we can't do it. I mean, again, I get it. Go slow to go fast. We've gone slow. There's no more slow. It's time to just put them back in school. And again, I thank everybody. I disagree with a lot of it, but it doesn't mean I don't appreciate the time and effort everybody's put in. I just think the time is now. The survey has showed 90% want the people back in school. Thanks.
Thank you. Next up, Scott White.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Hi, I think the gentleman who went before me.
Just your name and address, please.
Oh, sorry, Scott White, 27 Acorn Street, Scituate. I think the gentleman before me actually took some of my thunder. And I agree with the lady's points too prior to that. I think we've had a lot of time as a community, and I think we're lucky as a community being kind of segregated from a lot of populated areas, that we haven't seen a lot of transmissions in school. I definitely think adding one day on Wednesday shouldn't even be a discussion point. I think that should just be a full go. I don't think we're going to see much of an impact by letting the kids go back one extra day. And I think the amount, the beneficial gain of that one day is huge. I know personally for me, having the child go back on Wednesday would be a real big game changer in terms of his professional and I think emotional development. I think we've had a lot of time to digest this. I think we've seen the hybrid plan work wonderfully. I somewhat agree that we should be moving a little faster, but I also can see that the current plan is pretty well thought out of, and I think it's a good plan. I think we have so many children in school now, half-time, that even going back full-time, we still have the ability to monitor what's happening in the school. Is the cases rising? And we can take action if that should be the plan. I think we've reached a point now where we have to start making steps forward to returning to a place where the kids can start hopefully getting back to school in a more normal manner. I just think while they have done well, I think now we're getting to a point where they're kind of themselves getting burnt out. So I think it's just time to vote yes and start moving forward.
Great,
And
thank you.
Thank everybody too. I know it's not easy. Superintendent Burkhead and all the teachers, I think everybody's done a great job. I think it's just time to move forward.
Okay, thank you. I believe the next was Tom Esch.
Yeah, I just started getting my video back on. First, I want to preface my
Sorry, just
brief
name
remarks.
and address, please.
Oh, yeah, sorry, Tom Esch. We have a second grader at Cushing. I want to preface my brief comments by saying that as a family who have been in cohort C and have every intention of staying in cohort C, we know that no one wants kids out of school. Certainly we don't, teachers don't, the school committee doesn't. No one wants kids out of school. No one sees that as any kind of, there's no upside there. And unfortunately, this is a pandemic. There's not a whole lot of upside anywhere. Having said that, I should also acknowledge we're incredibly fortunate. Our son has thrived in remote learning, and we know fully that we're unusual that way, but he's done well. And that has something to do with one of my two comments. First, I want to thank the superintendent. I want to thank the school committee for their ongoing commitment to following data, knowing that the data has ebbed and flowed and been presented to us in different ways and occasionally said different things, but your commitment to it, I think, is admirable. I also think that you've been, as transparent as possible. You've acted in good faith at every step. In reporting case numbers, you report case numbers of not only students, school by school, but staff members as well. I hadn't intended to say anything about this, but I just want to echo the comments of teachers here on vaccination. Just as a citizen, I fail to see how teachers can't be treated as essential as we all know they are, and get vaccinated sooner. And then finally, further to thanking the school committee and Superintendent Burkhead, I want to say that as a cohort C parent, the support and education our son has seen in grade 2 cohort from Hannah Shesky and Carrie Phillips has been nothing less than exceptional. And I'd want to offer those thanks publicly. That's all. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. Next up is Richard Taft.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, Richard Taft, 74 Brook Street. I have a student in the high school, and I'd like to support you guys voting positively on the plans put forward. I think one of the things that I'd like to see is there doesn't seem to be any recognition or at least information to help us recognize where our students have fallen behind or how far behind we've fallen. And I'm not referring to like an MCAS or an AP test. It seems to me that superintendent should be able to get information from teachers based on just coursework coverage as to where we stand relative to years past. We've been at this for a year. 3 months of that were no school. So I think we can all expect that these students aren't covering the same material. And particularly for kids in high school, seniors, people that were juniors going into seniors, senior year, I just can't see how they're getting high school level education. And if they're going to be as prepared, they're certainly not going to be as prepared for college. And how do we plan for that? Does the community, does the superintendent, does the school board have ideas or plans on how they look to address the fact that there's going to be some kind of academic deficiency? Thank you.
Thank you. Moving on, I see a Leah W. Oops.
Hi,
Hi.
Lee Westort, 44 Amy's Way, Scituate. My husband spoke earlier, but I wanted to also just speak on behalf of myself, and we don't always agree. We do actually agree on this, but so first of all, thank you to everybody who's worked on these plans and, been involved in the process. I'm sure it's, for all of us, it's been very emotional and a lot of work. So just wanted to say how much we appreciate you. I do think parents need to speak up more, and I think parents need to educate themselves a little bit more about the risk. I feel like there is a lot of unjustified fear that's being promoted right now. And the truth is that our kids are not at risk in school. They are at risk out of school. And I don't want anyone's safety to be jeopardized. However, the data does not support keeping kids home. It just doesn't. And, I don't realize anyone hurt or that would die from this, it's too many, but there are very few cases of any transmissions happening in schools, especially with the younger kids. I am unaware of any deaths from teachers dying as a result of a child transmitting the disease to them. I believe the total number of children deaths is in the low 200s total. That is less than the flu, and we would not keep our kids home because of the flu. We need to figure out a way to move forward, and the fear right now is hurting us. It was really sad to me that the high school girl, is afraid to go to school, especially being in the one of the lowest risks population. So we need our kids back in school. We need to do the right thing. I understand we need to protect the vulnerable, but our kids are more vulnerable at home. And again, there's just no data to support keeping them there anymore. And anyone who says there is, it's just not true. So I really want parents to speak up, and I want them to educate themselves on all the risks out there so people can make the right decisions for their families. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. I'm going to go Amy Nangle.
Thank you. Amy Nangle, I am 40 Persimmon Drive, Scituate. I'll try to keep this quick. I have two kids, both at Wampatuck, second grade and kindergarten. And I think we've moved more towards elementary, but some of the comments made earlier made me raise my hand, mainly because I really, my experience is so different having two young elementary age kids. I am in healthcare. I work in healthcare every single day. I'm fortunate that I work remotely. But a big piece of my job is working with hospitals, consulting throughout the country. And I've been working with them since COVID started, mitigating the spread within the hospital systems, across skilled nursing facilities, patients. I'm daily looking at data on COVID and COVID spread. And I'm not in any means on the CDC or ready to make a recommendation from a healthcare perspective. But I do agree with Ryan that when this all happened, we figured out what worked from a healthcare perspective, and we I think we all know nurses, doctors, rehab professionals, all sorts of people in healthcare that have not contracted COVID due to the same measures we're really taking in schools. Initially, it was high levels of PPE, and now we really do know what works. And so we've been lucky to not have lost community members members in our community for the same reason, and same with teachers. One thing I say to hospitals every day, and I think it exists here, and this is part of also why I raise my hand, is that data doesn't lie. With what Leah just said, data is data. And data, we share data on the survey, we share data on what's happening with COVID. The numbers are lower. My whole family had the flu last winter. My now toddler was in the ER because of RSV. We haven't been sick this whole year. And so we know there's zero spread. 4 cases at Hatherley is pretty promising that there isn't spread at Hatherley with cases there, which was said earlier. So I just, I have 2 more thoughts. One is Wednesdays. My house on Wednesdays as with a kindergartner is, and God bless these teachers, because this is nothing to do. The teachers are doing an amazing job. My kids adore them. Somehow they, with 2.5 hours, 4 days a week and masks, love their teachers. But my kindergartner's on Zoom for maybe 5 minutes and getting up. And so there's a very big difference between kindergartners, 1st grade, 2nd grade, elementary age kids, and kids that are getting time one-on-one with their teachers in a higher level grade. And so my house, I work full time, and so does my husband, is a free for all. Wednesday is a snow day for us. We hire help, full transparency, and I am sure, I know we're not the only ones in town that are paying for people to do what the kids aren't getting at school. I don't know anybody who really isn't paying a tutor or something to supplement what the parents cannot be doing, especially when we have dual income houses. And so that's a whole nother issue where we talk about who's taking the responsibility in homes and when parents are working. I respect the teachers so much. I understand the fear. I just think when we put the kids first, the risk for what it's going to do is just not there. And again, the data doesn't lie. Last, I'm struggling with kids who really don't have the support. I'm fortunate, and I think a lot of us are in this town, especially, that we can provide the support for our children that need it. Kids, we're talking about safety. And to me, there is a bigger risk on that's not COVID, with social support, psychological support, kids with homes without support, kids that aren't on Zoom, or kids that are not completing those packets. My kindergartner, if she didn't have somebody one-on-one with her, would be running my house. And if I weren't home and somebody wasn't home, I mean, there are kids that this is happening to, and the decisions that we're making tonight and in the next few weeks are directly affecting their mental health and their futures and their home life. So that really hasn't been discussed, and I just wanted to point that out. So thank you for your time. Thank you, Mr. Burkhead and the school committee. I appreciate everything. I know this is not an easy year for anybody, so appreciate it.
Thank you, Ms. Nangle. All right, I've totally lost my spot here. I'm gonna go Barbara Weichert.
Hi, this is Barbara Weichert. I'm at 10 Cherry Lane, and I have 4 students at the high school. And I just wanted to say, I think my concern is if we send the kids back more at 3 feet apart, the CDC is still saying you're considered a close contact at 6 feet apart, which opens up the potential for a lot more kids having to spend 2 weeks at home as a close contact. Having 3 of my kids be close contacts at school, home for 2 weeks, missing the 2 days a week they have with their teachers, I'm worried about taking even those 2 days away from more kids. So I just want that to be considered, that we're opening it up to a lot more kids spending more time at home if we go back at just the 3 feet. Thank you.
Thank you. Camille Hartgrove.
Hi, yeah, so my name is Camille Hartgrove. I am a junior at Scituate High School. I live on 169 Manlot. And I do not think it's a smart decision at all to go back to school on Wednesdays. Like, first of all, as the hybrid learning currently is, a lot of students do need that time to balance that with their schoolwork. A lot of students need that time to meet with their teachers and go over what they don't understand and like just organize their schedule and do all that. And since it would still be a hybrid learning, we would still need that day to prep and go to our teachers and get the little extra help that we need, because I do understand like this is a hard thing to do. This, like, I personally have like dealt with this and had to go through this, and I have struggled with this, but I realize that the priority is not on like our education right now. It is on our health. Health is much more important than education, because if you like, you can be taught something at any time. If you get a deadly disease, there are many repercussions to that, which sometimes are permanent. There's no guarantee that, well, first of all, like, this is deadly. Sending us back to school puts us at more of a risk to catch a deadly disease. And even if people don't die, there are long-standing repercussions to catching this disease. This is a very serious thing. Also, as Wednesdays are right now, it's more accessible for students that couldn't traditionally stay after school for like either extra help or schoolwork, because they can just access it through Zoom or Google Meets or whatever. And currently, as of right now, I know people have said this before, but we don't currently have any extra protection besides like the masks. The cleaning that's currently going on is questionable at best. And it, like I said before, it'd be putting us at way more of a risk to not only like cut down on what was before a cleaning day, but to by making the limit now 3 feet instead of 6 feet. Like this, sorry. It isn't saying it's safe. It's saying that the risk is acceptable enough to put us in it and be able to justify it. It's not a safe thing to do. Also, a lot of students aren't currently following like the guidelines put in place by the Scituate high schools, like as well as they should be to be effective. Like, I know like there's hand sanitizer and wipes like at the school, but a lot of students like aren't using that to the point where they'd be effective. And like I've seen like a lot of people just like with their mask like down by their nose or stuff like that. Just like a lot of precautions that we're supposed to be taking aren't being taken effectively enough to work. But as I said before, I just think that health should be a priority in this pandemic, and I do believe that we should be prioritizing someone's health over their current education.
Okay, thank you. Just as the meeting is getting late, I know we want to hear from everyone. We're just going to limit everyone to 3 minutes. I'm going to do the best I can to monitor that. I'm sorry if that limits anyone's opportunity, but we just need to, I think, move forward a little bit here. Again, a little bit out of order here. Lucine Trafton.
Hi, I'm Lucy Trafton. I'm a sophomore at Scituate High School. I live on 107 Tilden Road. And speaking from the student perspective regarding the Wednesday plan, I know that this has a lot of students very stressed, and a lot of students are feeling very overwhelmed because this is one of the only chances that they get to, catch up on schoolwork, meet up with teachers, go over work. A lot of stuff is piling up, and it's very, very difficult as a student. I think that students right now are kind of being overlooked regarding mental health. I think that this is a big issue within the school, and I know that a lot of students have expressed this and just feel very unheard at the moment. And taking away this Wednesday is taking away that chance as like a break for it, break everything up and just to, kind of like have a day where they just don't need to stress about things. Right now, I'm actually cohort C, and I have been since November. And these Wednesdays have been like the only time since the beginning of the school year that I've had to actually form somewhat of a bond with my teachers and like actually like talk to them one-on-one and make it a little more personal. So that's also been extremely helpful. And I know that a lot of students, at least in my grade and my classes, have been kind of switching to cohort C, and they've also really benefited from that. Also, I'd also like to reiterate that a lot of the teachers that have spoken out on this meeting today have expressed that they are very apprehensive about going back to school. And I think that is very telling of the situation. And I think that that definitely should not be underlooked at all, because between the students speaking out about it and the teachers speaking out about it, I think that that's very important to take into consideration, that a lot of the people that are being affected by this, have like the certain say that they're not getting hurt, and that it should be. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's see here. Chloe Vitale.
Hi, so my name's Chloe Vitale. I'm a senior at the high school this year, and I live at 14 Lads Way. So the thing with Wednesdays is that they're really, really important for students who have a heavy course load, or just students in general, not even students with a heavy course load, because it's a day that we use, or students in the high school at least, use to catch up on their work, to meet with their teachers, to get the extra help that they need. And I personally have been really lucky to never seriously struggle with school, but this year I definitely did. And Wednesdays have been one of the things that have helped me, just because the hybrid model, I think, is really dependent on Wednesdays. It's a time when we can get organized. It's a time when we can collaborate with our teachers. We don't have time after school to collaborate with teachers. We're not allowed to stay after school. That's something that I believe a lot of students really benefited from. We can't go to school early. That's just not something that's allowed because of COVID guidelines. And these Wednesdays are the only time when we can do that. It's also a really important day for club meetings, again, with that aspect of us not being able to stay after school or go in before school. I think that that's really important. And basically what I've heard from other students is that if we're going to stay hybrid, we need to have Wednesdays off. If we're all going back and we're going to be together, that's a different conversation. But at least at the high school level, Wednesdays are really, really important for students, and they're really necessary for us to be able to go back. And I understand that a lot of these parents at all different levels are concerned about their children's progress and are concerned about, making sure that they're taking care of their kids all at the same time. But as a student and as somebody who goes to school, 4 out of 5 days of the week, I'm telling you, these Wednesdays are essential for us. And I think it's just really important that we keep them this way, unless we're looking at going back, as long as we're in the hybrid model. I also think it's really, really important for teachers. I've had a lot of conversations over the past 2 weeks that they've proposed this about that. And our teachers are really relying on Wednesdays to form student bonds, to organize themselves the same way that students are dependent on them. So that's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Jen O'Neill.
Hi, Peter. Thank you so much for taking my comment. We've heard from teachers, we've heard from students, we've heard from parents. We've heard from the superintendent. We've heard from the medical professionals. We need to move this forward. We cannot keep debating this. We need to reopen our schools. We need to get our kids back in school. Everyone's talking about Wednesdays off. It's not supposed to be Wednesdays off. These kids are supposed to be learning on Wednesdays. And unfortunately, as now you've heard from multiple high school students, they're not learning. They're checking in to their home base. And I will tell you, the majority of the students are then checked out for the rest of the day. Let's get the school open. Let's do like they do at town meeting. Let's move this question and get this over with. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. O'Neill. I respect the comments. We're getting to the bottom here. We only have 3 more.
Mike, I think you're up.
Mr. Long, I think.
No, sorry, I'm sorry. I froze. Eileen Roddy. Sorry, Eileen
Hi.
Roddy.
Thank you, Mr. Gates. You were frozen, so I couldn't see you. Eileen Roddy, I'm an art teacher at Gates and co-president of the Scituate Teachers Association, and I live at 355 First Parish Road. Just a comment and a request, I guess, that there's been a lot of mentions of data, a lot of anecdotal evidence thrown around, a lot of anecdotal stories, people expressing their feelings or their experiences on how they have felt in situations, whether it's been when they have been at risk or in job situations that they've been at risk. And I guess I feel that it's really important that if we're going to throw around data, that data be really carefully examined by the school committee. When I speak of data, I'm talking about data on either side of this issue, that it's our responsibility, because this is such a serious concern, that if we're going to talk about the CDC report, that our school committee members read that report and understand that report and be able to really speak to what the recommendations are. And this is anecdotal, so I can't say whether this is accurate or not. But for example, it's my understanding that the CDC report, what they claim as high-risk communities, is not consistent with what Massachusetts is labeling towns as. So it's important to know when we're looking at data, what that data is based in and what the, I guess, baseline is that's being used for those reports. I also just want to mention too that since the beginning of this issue, starting back in last spring, multiple times, and I'm sure I'm not the only teacher, we've been told that people understand our fear, that they also have felt fear in situations, and that they've gotten used to the situation, or their fear has been, been on a continuum of up and down. I think it's really important to point out that people who are in the medical profession have most likely now been vaccinated, and that may be a key component in why people are feeling a little bit safer now. Teachers are very concerned that we be vaccinated, have the opportunity to be vaccinated. And a lot of teachers are expressing that concern. And we've come this far, and yes, it has almost been a year, and which to me is even more of a reason why it's important to wait it out. And we're very close right now to getting our school staff vaccinated, that I feel like it's, a lot of teachers are very concerned that we're putting at risk at a time when we are this close to getting that vaccine on board. But again, back to the data, I really feel like it's very important. I feel that responsibility myself as STA co-president to sit down and look at the data on both sides of this and make sure that it's valid and that it's been vetted and that it's coming from reliable sources, and that I have a good handle and understanding on that data before I start using that to inform my decision making. And I'd ask that of the school committee as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Evan Halevi.
Hello, my name is Evan Halevi. I am a Scituate High School student. I live at 65 First Parish Road, and I'm a senior. I'm cohort C, but from my experience at Village Market, when we practice protection with this virus, when we wear masks, when we wash our hands, when we decide not to touch our faces, that is not showing care as much to us, but as much to our older generations. And working at Village Market, there are people there who do not wear their mask over their nose, who do not wear their mask at all, who do not wash their hands, who do not use hand sanitizer. They do not sanitize. And as the number of cases are going down, that's because we are being consistent with our preventative care. If we suddenly relax our preventative care, that's going to drive the numbers up again. And I don't want people to get sick, because while this disease may not kill people, it can leave them maimed for life. And that is not a groovy thing at all. It is very bad. But speaking specifically on Wednesdays, I feel that As a school, we have realized how maybe having 4 days of school a week, if those 4 days of school are going to be filled with worksheets, aren't as useful as having specific times to talk, to chat, and to fix problems. And in addition to Wednesday being used as talk time, us students are people. And I think it's important to realize that we have jobs in school and out of school. And this out of school time on Wednesday helps us to realize ourselves as people. As a senior, it has helped me to realize that I'm interested in becoming a sexual health expert or a psychology expert. And I'm able to explore those avenues of my life because of this new time. So that is what I have to say. Thank you.
Great, thank you. And we're just wrapping this up here. We have 2 more, but just for everyone else, the school committee still has executive session, so we need to kind of wrap this up pretty quickly. Sorry, Ms. Davidova, you were in after the deadline, so I'm not going to be able to call on you. I'm going to go to Adrian Hanling.
Hi, this is actually Josephine Hanley. I apologize, I wasn't able to change the name. So I had sent an email to the.
Just your address too, Ms. Hanley.
I'm so sorry, 12 Buttermilk Circle.
Thank you.
I had sent an email to each of the school committee members, but I just want to raise the same points here again. I see getting back to school as soon as possible being an issue from a mental health perspective, an academic perspective, and perhaps more importantly, an equity perspective. I think we've heard from Dr. McGuire in one of her newsletters that kids are failing multiple classes. We know that things are being put in place to help with that, but we do have kids who are not doing well academically. We also have lots of stories out there about mental health issues. The number of kids who are going to emergency rooms with mental health issues has drastically increased. So from the equity perspective, the people who can afford to will get outside resources for their children from mental health resources. They'll get private tutors. A lot of people are going to private schools. And those who cannot afford it do not have that help. So not only are we allowing kids to continue to struggle, but we are widening that equity gap. So I would like to urge that we vote yes on these issues tonight, and that we consider as soon as possible getting both the middle school and high schoolers back as well. The impact on the kids is massive, and we don't even know yet what the impact will be down the road. So I would urge you very much to consider the equity issue. Thank you.
Great, thank you. And last one, Colleen Gagnon.
Hi, thank you. I'll be brief. Apologize that this has run over. My name is Colleen Gagnon. I live at 14 Birch Lane. I have 3 children that attend Scituate schools, including a medically complex child in the special education program. I am a nurse manager at Boston Children's Hospital. I just want to say that health is much more than infectious disease. Health is a lot more to our children, and so is public health. And I want to echo just my previous caller who said it very well, that I'm concerned about the equity of our children. I haven't seen a lot of morbidity or mortality at all, and I've barely seen any COVID in the year that I've worked there. And I do want to say that we are still in the process of vaccinating staff at Boston Children's. We haven't even vaccinated all of our staff, so we are nowhere near finished, but we have been coming to work and going to work. And also, very different than teachers in a school, we are walking into rooms where we have known patients with COVID and COVID exposure, which is very different than the school setting where you're not going to have students, in that setting where you're going to be caring for people who are COVID positive, known COVID positive. So I think it's like comparing apples to oranges. It's not the same risk. But that being said, I fully support everybody getting vaccinated. But I also want to say that our hospital is facing a mental health crisis of which we've never seen before in the history of Boston Children's Hospital. We have full beds, and it's not from illness. It's from suicidality and behavioral health concerns. So please don't underestimate the impact that this has. I'm really discouraged to see that students have been coming on here and saying how much they like to have Wednesdays off. School is 5 days a week, whether we're hybrid or whether they're in school. Our children need to be in school. That's what Saturdays and Sundays are for. But that being said, I fully support the teachers. I fully support them being vaccinated, but you can't stop life over at one infectious disease. There are many infectious diseases that cause a lot of harm to a lot of people. And if we go at this rate, we'll never continue life. And it's just not, the fear is not grounded enough to for the impact of the health of our children. And the health of our children is, again, more than COVID-19. So I think we move on. We can be safe and we can provide our children with the psychosocial, academic, and community growth that is needed to continue for public schools. Thank you so much.
Great, thank you very much. And that is going to conclude public comment. Went over a little bit longer, a lot longer than I had anticipated, but thank you to all those that took the time and made the effort to make respectful comments. It's much appreciated.
Oh, I don't know how to turn it off. I don't know how to turn it
You're
off.
still on. So with that being said, I guess we have to open up the final discussion amongst the school committee, if there is any. If not, I would look for a motion or motions on the issue at hand, which is phase 1 and phase 2 reopening.
Pete, I have one.
Sure.
I was wondering if Dr. McGuire could discuss what the plan is for Wednesday scheduling.
There she is. Yep. I got you, Dr. McGuire.
Thank you. Sure. At high school, we did a survey of our teachers, seeing if they wanted to maintain the day-date rotation and add Wednesday as a day of the week, or keep it a separate day where all 7 classes met, and that we focused it more on student connection, student support type day. Teachers, 83% responded that they were in favor of keeping it a separate day. That does 2 things for us. It allows for teachers to maintain better pacing across the cohorts. Wednesday would kind of throw a wrench into that, being half on one week and half on the next. And it also gives us some of the time to do what we're talking about. Our students need support. Our students in cohort C need attention as well. And we want our teachers to be able to take the time to do that, maybe in a different setting than they have been doing that through the office hours and doing it just on Wednesdays. So we would have about 30 minutes of class of every class. That means that teachers would have 2 preps during the day of 30 minutes each to be able to connect with students or do their planning. We're going to remove the duties that they have. Like they currently, teachers currently have studies that will take over on Wednesdays and from an administrative standpoint. And we also have we'll partner our H block home base advisory with the lunch block. So that will be a little bit longer, and that will give teachers an extended time to connect with students as well. The expectation would really be approaching it from that sailor support mentality. While teachers who are teaching APs and are really concerned about content could move forward, other teachers could take the pace and slow down a little bit and make those connections. How are you doing on this work? Let's keep focusing on this project. Can you get this assignment into Google Classroom? I noticed it wasn't there. So just making that time. The other thing from the standpoint of Wednesdays at the high school level is that office hours are not considered time on learning per DESE, and our regular class schedule, even if we run the 7 blocks, would meet that requirement. So that is something that we are tight on at the high school level, and we are concerned about. We reduced our bell schedule time, our passing time, to add more minutes into our day, Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, and Friday, and moving to Wednesday would help with that too.
Okay, thank you.
That's great. That's very helpful. So effectively, Dr. McGuire, I think the assumption was simply that Wednesday would look just like any other day, like a Monday or Tuesday, but in reality, there will be opportunities for that additional help.
We hope so.
Okay. And is Mr. Beatty still on?
He is. I see him.
Could you raise your hand, Mr. Beatty, and just respond to the same question?
Sure. So very similar to what Dr. McGuire just said, we are proposing to adopt a schedule that is different than our typical Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, or Friday schedule. The Wednesday schedule we're proposing includes an advisory counseling block that will specifically target connections and social emotional growth and development. Then we would run our A through G schedule, shortened blocks, just about 34 minutes each block, with the understanding that it would be up to the teacher to determine how to best use that block, whether it be continuing on in the curriculum, building in some type of regular routine or check-in, using it for social emotional pieces, but having that kind of accountability there that students would be checking in and be required to attend, with half of them in the building and half of them out of the building. And then finally included in the schedule is an enrichment block, and the enrichment block acts very similar to office hours that have been, I would say, highly effective at Gates, with students checking in with teachers and teachers providing extra support and connection. And that would be kind of built in to an hour-long session where students would be able to have access to support or connection as needed.
Great, thank you. I think that Mr. Beatty and Dr. McGuire's responses were helpful, informative, and it should reduce the fears of some that think that all their favorite parts of the Wednesdays are going away. It seems like some of them will be still available. So thank you for clarifying that. And as I referenced earlier, I participated in Mr. Beatty's Gates School Council today, and as was indicated there, these schedules can technically be slightly adjusted to meet the needs of our students. So I think that
I expect them to be, yeah.
Yeah. So thank you. Any other questions or comments from the school committee? At 9:57.
Superintendent Burkhead, I think one of the good points that the students made was having them be surveyed and getting feedback from them on how to best use the schedule. I think might be good for principals Beatty and McGuire to at least understand, at the high school and middle school level, this is what we could need on a Wednesday to continue to move forward. Look at that social emotional piece that they might lose being in the classroom, even for even if the periods are shorter, and we understanding how we can rearrange the schedule as Mike just said to make it work as a positive day if they're in there. So if we can do that, I think would probably be helpful.
I agree. We've already started discussing it, so absolutely. Yep. Thank you.
All right, any further discussion? If not, it's that time for a motion. If anyone would care to make one.
Well, before I make a motion, I think it would be worthwhile, at least from my point of view, is do we have a consensus of the school committee as to are we going to vote the whole plan right tonight, or are we going to vote, or is it, does the school committee as a whole think it's worthwhile just to, as Mr. Burkhead had said, vote on this first stage of the
Mike, the language that can be used, I think you could reference the blue sheet, but it's essentially we would vote to approve phase 1 effective March 3rd, and then approve return of phase 2 full in person for K through 5 effective March 29th, based on a review of the phase 2 plan, which will be presented again on March 8th.
Okay.
So something to that degree, I think technically you could just make a motion to approve phase one and just wait until March 8th to approve phase two. It depends on how you feel or how the school committee feels.
I'm comfortable with that. Either language. I'm comfortable with it.
It's
Yes,
in the blue
one,
sheet.
like, sorry, what was that?
Sorry, the language is on the blue sheet backup.
Yeah.
And again, I think again, if that motion were made and it was approved, it essentially would, submit our vote for phase one, and then would basically say phase two is tentatively approved with final details at our next meeting.
I mean, if we're gonna tentatively approve something, we should just vote on just one.
Yeah.
I would agree.
I'm comfortable doing it either way. But I think, if we all feel certain about phase one and questionable about phase two, and we're gonna have a presentation on phase two, why vote on something?
Sure.
Before we're presented with it.
I agree with
It
Janice.
also avoid any confusion. Hopefully, also avoids any confusion in the community.
Right. It's up to you guys, whatever you're comfortable with, and the committee could vote to pass or not pass it. It's up to the motion maker.
Yeah, I don't have the blue sheet in front of me, but
I do.
Yeah, okay. And I'd support the phase one.
So do you want me to make a motion?
If you'd like to.
Okay, I make a motion that the school committee approve phase one of the reopening plan effective March 3rd, 2021.
Second.
So motion by Ms. Lindblom, second by Mr. Hayes. I'll do a roll call vote. Ms. Brandolini,
Yes.
Mr. Long,
Yes.
Gates is yes, Mr. Hayes,
Yes.
and Ms. Lindblom.
Yes.
Okay, so the motion to approve phase one has been passed unanimously. And we will look towards our March 8th meeting. Or if we have a special meeting prior to then, to review and potentially approve phase two. Is that how the school committee understands it?
Yes.
Okay.
And
all right.
To make one more comment and one more opinion is that as far as the testing of the teachers goes, there's been a lot of comment that the testing of teachers is out of our control, which is completely untrue. It's within our control. If we make a decision as a school committee that going forward is going to be based upon vaccinating teachers, that's perfectly within our jurisdiction and responsibility. So I just want to disagree with the people that have said that we have no control over testing of teachers. We have complete control.
We don't have control of the timing. That's all.
You mean, yeah, you mean to not
The
change
vaccine.
out of, yeah.
Accessibility.
Correct.
Right.
Correct.
Yep. Understood. All right. Any other comments or questions? Any other business? Next is the warrant. Dr. Dutch.
I don't think you voted.
Oh, roll call, Pete, on that.
We did.
Did we? Yeah.
Yeah, we voted. We
voted.
voted. We voted. Yep.
Phase one only.
Yep. Phase one only. We did. It was 5-0.
Okay.
Your volume must have went down, Dr. Dutch.
No, I fixed my volume.
No. Okay.
Much better.
Now we get to hear your warrant.
Okay, and I'll be very quick. Warrant S210210 in the amount of $256,837.16. There are a few large items that I'll share with you. Again, school committee member Lindblom had
come in and signed the warrant, so we're set with that. Private school tuition, $115,211.70. Electric utilities, $35,981.18. And gas utility, $56,000, so $56,030.70 were the large items on this warrant.
Great, thank you. Any questions or comments? If not, future agenda items, our next meeting is March 8th. And we will have our first reading of the school calendar expected on that date as well, which is, includes the ever debatable first day of school.
Ooh.
Yep. With that being said, that wraps up our public.
Favorite of mine.
Our
The only
public.
future agenda item, I know it was discussed a little bit, but as we go forward with our reopening plans, I'd like to hear some discussion and figures on testing as we go forward. Testing of students and staff, if it's possible and feasible.
All right. So with that being said, there is a motion to go into executive session for a reason. Someone want to read that?
I can, I have it in front of me.
Go ahead. Go ahead, Janice.
I make a motion that the school committee vote to exit public session and go into executive session for reason number 3, to discuss strategy with respect to collective bargaining, because an open meeting may have a detrimental effect on the bargaining position for the public body and the chair. So it declares.
And we're not going to come back to public.
Convene in public session.
Motion by Ms. Lindblom.
Second.
Second by Mr. Hayes. Roll call vote. Gates, yes. Brandolini.
Yes.
Long.
Yes.
Lindblom.
Yes.
Hayes.
Yes.
All right, thank you. We ask all of those who are not privy or on the school committee to please leave the meeting so that we can convene into executive session.
Thank you, everybody.
And Steph, are you there?
I most certainly am.
All right, so I believe you can stop recording.